Are we working? We're working. Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing today? I have too much stuff on my desk. I have, as much as I hate to admit, as much as I hate to, well, not really admit, as much as I hate to play into the VTuber with a messy desk trope, my desk is kind of an energy drink graveyard right now. Mostly fine doing my bi-weekly rewatch of that Fantastic Four video on a big screen. Oh, cool. I'm not entirely sure which Fantastic Four video you're referencing, but unless you mean the movie, in which case if you're watching that twice a week, that is way too many times to be watching that movie. But what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Posted it in an off-topic one, should still be there. Oh, alright, okay. One second. If you posted it in off-topic, I should have watched it already. Oh, yes, I have seen that one. It has been, I think, a month or two since I've done one of these, so there's definitely some new people here who might not be familiar with it. So as I'm sure some of y'all know, I try and focus a lot of what I do around cool indie games that I think deserve more attention than they're getting. And so as part of that, I try to do, once a week I try and do like a day where I showcase some demos that I've found. Usually it's just through like scrolling through whatever events or that sort of thing are on Steam. But I have a couple that were recommended to me and a couple that I found through other social media platforms today. Let's see, I've got my list here somewhere. Yes, okay. So I've got 5 games to play. I think some of y'all are familiar with some of them as it is, and then some of y'all may not be familiar with the rest of them. I have got Death Howl, Mindwave, Of the Devil, Prove You Can Win, and Nirvana Noir. These are all just ones that caught my eye either through like the premise or the art style or the genre or something similar. So I am really excited to get started on them. So my usual format for these is to... is I will go ahead and play through the demo of the game. I'll give like a quick breakdown of what my favorite parts of it were and like a quick review, and then I will move on to the next one. Does that work for all y'all? I'm trying to keep a better eye on my YouTube chat recently because I still haven't figured out how to integrate it into my chat widget on screen without making 2 separate chat widgets, and then they collide with each other and it's just a mess. But I think I'm just gonna get started. So first game I have is, I should probably switch to my gaming overlay first. My model froze for a second there. So the first game I have is a game called Death Howl. So this is marketed as a Souls-like deck builder. I'm not entirely sure how that works, but that's what caught my attention about it. That and the visual style seems really cool. This is by a dev team called TheOuterZone, and it's being published by 11-Bit Games, who are an indie game publisher. They're the same people that published Frostpunk and Frostpunk 2. Which are both pretty awesome, I think. Let me make sure that that's working. Okay, yes. Game audio on. And let's go ahead and start, I think. European Mesolithic Age, 6000 BCE, southern Scandinavia. My son, I will not let death take you. Wait for me in the spirit world. I will find you. Oh. The aura's cool. Is this the spirit world? No turning back now. Olvi is here. He needs me. Olvi? I'm not sure how to say that. Whoa. Glowing red thingy. What is that strange light? I've never seen anything like it. You are entering my domain uninvited. Who's there? I see no one. You don't have to see me to know you can't escape me. The voice is speaking directly into my mind. How can that be? Alright, so I can just go look at whatever this thing is. Hello, red, glowing ball thing. You've lost him. It is too late. Who's there? Return to your own world. No. I have to find him. Ooh. Cool graphics. So S opens the menu, I think. Ulvi? Ulvi, sweetheart, it's me. Forest Spirit, I beg you, don't take him away from me. Wait, please don't go. Quest updated. Row. Death, release my child. I saw Ulvi. I'm sure it was him. He sprinted off into the forest with his father. I have to find him. Game audio should be working. I don't... It mutes every time I click off the tab, so I can't... Every time I alt-tab off, so I can't tell. There it is. Okay. Okay, so it's point and click, I think. Yeah, I think it's point and click movement. Ulvi? Where did you go? Out of my way, creature. Choose starting position? Grimsnout, 7 out of 7, 3. I don't know what to... Leave combat. Don't know what to do here. I guess I'm just gonna... Okay, so I've got cards. Cost 1 less for each shield you have. Defensive swing. Cost 3. Damage. Make an enemy lose this much health. I'm assuming push will move them back. Sprint. Move 3. Sacrifice. Triggers an effect when discarded by another card. Draw 1 card. Okay. Sprint and hurl rock. So, damage, ranged, and... Then I'm going to discard one of these. And that lets me draw another card. Okay, so I can play this, and then I can play the defensive swing. Okay, so block of wood. I use that on my character. And then I can do defensive swing on this, I think. Nope, I'm still out of range. Oh, it caught that. Okay, so it costs resources to move as well. Ow. Rude. Okay, 4 is Furious Strike. Costs 1 less for each card played this turn. Hurl Rock. Quick Strike, or Block of Wood. I didn't mean to do that. It's fine. I'm figuring things out as we go. I'm gonna Quick Strike. Sprint. Hurl Rock. Wait, shit. Okay, it's fine. I can Hurl Rock at you and discard that. And that'll give me an extra card. And I can Quick Strike or I can Hurl Rock. There we go. I feel strange. Like I drew its dying breath. Oh no, where did he go? Olvie. You will keep losing him. Hey, you could be a little nicer. She's clearly going through some stuff. I really need to get... Now there doesn't seem to be audio. I need to get a second monitor so I can, like, look at this or something. So I can look at this better. I'm gonna turn it up a little bit in OBS. Let me know if you can hear it, please, when I tab back into the game. I need to get a second monitor so I don't have to tab out to look at OBS every time. That doesn't look good. Poor animal. He must have been magnificent. Okay, there's something here. Oh, spiky rocks. Zero out of 6 of whatever this is. I don't know what this is. I guess the only way to find out is to just... Oh, it looks like it's a save. Or maybe it's like a rewind? I don't know. Thank you, little traveler. You were dead a moment ago. What happened? You awaken the stones. This sacred grove released the death howl you absorbed. It revived every creature in the spirit world. Look around you. What do you seek here? Are you looking for someone? 2 deer passed by a moment ago. A stag and a fawn. I am sorry. I haven't noticed much lately. Then I must be on my way. Thank you for bringing back my senses. Nothing here is what it seems. It is easy to get lost. Right-click to open map. Oh, it looks like the audio is just really quiet for some reason. I'm turning it all the way up. It might be too loud. I'm sorry. Okay, it doesn't look like it's too loud. It looks like the game audio is just quiet. Sorry. I can turn it up a little bit on my end as well. Well, I can turn it up in OBS. Unvisited Sacred Grove, Unvisited Sacred Grove, Unvisited Sacred Grove, and then I'm right here. So there's Spirit, 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 Nest. I think it might be a good idea to head in the direction of one of the nests here. Yeah, okay, so that's something. It's kind of ominous looking, honestly. Choose starting position. I don't know what you are, but you're a bird, so you're probably ranged. Sorrowing. Furious Strike costs 1 less for each card played this turn. Okay. I'm gonna sprint, and then I will... Quick Strike. quick strike you. And then I can sprint over here and furious strike you. There we go. Okay, so you've got range, so I should probably finish you off fast. Okay, so I've only got... Okay, so if I do this, I only have 2 left. But then this costs 2 less. So you have 1 health, you've got 4 health. I'm gonna finish... Which one of you off? I don't know. Oh, it's at range, so I can only finish you off. That's fine. So, it said it was Souls-like, which I'm assuming means permadeath. Although I'm not entirely sure what makes a game Souls-like beyond that, because normally I associate Souls-like with, like, Dark Souls-type gameplay, but this is not really Dark Souls-type gameplay. Proceed to craft new cards. Oh, interesting. Aim for the heart. 2 damage, 2 to 8 range. Fill 2 on kill, it'll fill 2 mana. Or this one, 3 damage, but close up, that'll fill 2 mana. I can do this one. And then I should be able to craft the other one as well, actually. When I grab this. Not enough death howls. Oh, so you'd need howls to craft cards as well. What's this? I got rocks. I got sparkly rocks. Probably Souls-like aesthetic and difficulty, maybe. Maybe. That seems more like it. The aesthetic is already sort of Souls-like. Whoa. Okay, so that's funky looking. I'm gonna just start here, I think. Alright, so that refills 2 mana. Then I can quick strike you. That'll push you back. What's this? And then I can hurl rock and hurl rock again. Doom Glare. Oh. Not sure I like the look of that. Exhaust. Remove this card from battle. Sacrifice 1 card. Or, wait, when sacrificed, it adds 1 card. Okay, well. I don't... How much... You have 5 health. I don't want to leave this where it is, but at the same time, I only have the 1... Ah, shit, that was dumb. Wait, okay, so it's not going to make me use all my cards. I'm just going to approach you and quick strike you. That's probably the easiest way to get things over with. Alright, so I'm heading back this way for the... Okay, I don't want to go into battle yet. I do want to go grab that. New cards. Okay. Craft U, sharpen weapon, +1 this turn. If it's first, it's a +1. Discard a random card, gain its cost and shield. 2 damage if you kill, if it's a kill, it's 3 shield. Or cost 1 less for each discarded card this turn. 5 damage. Oh, that's good. That's really good, actually. Because that's roughly the same as the Furious Strike, but with less cost and greater damage. Slowly but surely biting your shoulder. RSUI, what did my shoulder ever do to you? Okay, so now I can head into combat. Ah, stupid freaking birds. Hate these guys. Block of wood, hurl rock, quick strike, block of wood. So I will take this, discard 1 of the blocks of wood. Then move here, and then I'll do 2 quick strikes. Ah, shit. That did not go as planned. I'm just gonna guard then. Please don't let me die. Alright, so this is 3. So I can go here. No. Here. No. If I want this to be the first card I play this turn, then that's fine. But then I need to stupid. Okay. I'm trying to figure out the strategy mechanics and not really succeeding here. I can move there, throw a rock there, discard you, and now I'm out of points. Right, please don't kill me. Damn it. Please don't kill me, I say, as it kills me. Oh, so it's not permadeath. Okay, so yeah, I am going to want to take care of this guy first. Okay, so move here. First strike you, I get 2 back. Then you're at 2 health. So I can quick strike you and then her rock. And then that'll give me 1, so I can move 3, or I can just move 1. I'm just gonna move back 1. Stay out of range of this guy for as long as possible. Alright, so I'm gonna... Okay, so I'm gonna move 2 here. Hurl rock. Discard the block of wood. And then I can play this, but then I won't have enough to do this. Or I can quick strike you. I'm gonna go armor. Then I can't do anything. But that right there is why I went for the armor. Alright, so I'm gonna hurl rock, discard the sprint, then go here for a quick strike and that'll win it. Okay. Oh, okay. I've got mushrooms back here. Then that's another battle. I don't want to get in there yet. Let's see. Cards. Take skin. That's 2, but if you kill, it gives me 3 shield. Discard a random card, gain its cost and shield. I'm gonna go with that one. I think I need more defensive cards as well. I want to get to this nest that's up here, or this nest that I'm pretty sure is up here, but... Well, yep, I'm gonna have to go in and do it this way. I'll take care of you first, since you're... Okay, so I'm gonna armor. Then I'm gonna defensive swing and quick strike. Nope, I can't hurl rock, but I can quick strike you. That's all I've got the energy for. Rude. Okay. So I'm gonna hurl rock. Discard this. Repressive barrier. Discard a random card, gain its cost and shield. Okay, and then what are you? You've got 6 health. Rooted, cannot be moved. Slimy, character will leave a toxic trail. Fortify, gains block when damaged by an attack. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and just discard you. And then... I'm gonna go here. Move as far out of the way as I can. Okay, here we go. So I can first strike you. And then gonna move back 1, hurl rock. Discard this. And okay, that's fine. Eee, okay. Now I'm poisoned. Lovely. Okay. I'm gonna move back to hurl rock. That'll discard a card. Okay, if I do this, then that'll still cost 1, so... Okay. Now I have enough to defensive swing you if I need to. Okay, yes, I'm gonna defensive swing you. And that did nothing. I'm gonna die. Yep. They weren't kidding about the Souls-like difficulty, at least. I'm guessing you don't get to keep any cards you got after you die. Maybe? I am assuming... Sorry, the game pauses whenever I tab out to look at OBS, so I can't, Let's see. You get to keep any cards you've crafted, I think. Yeah, it looks like you get to keep any cards you've crafted. Which is good, because I'm gonna need them. Let's try this again. So I want to take this guy out first. So actually, I'm gonna go over here and enter combat this way. That way I should get to choose a different starting position. Alright, so I'm gonna go here, hurl rock. Sprint to draw a new card. I can quick strike or block of wood. I'm gonna hurl rock again, but this time at you. Discard this one. And then use you. That'll discard you, your shield, and then I'm gonna move back here out of range. That was not, in fact, out of range. Of course I'm poisoned now. Okay, so I need to finish you off just about as fast as I can. Furious Strike. I'm gonna want to Furious Strike you. So I'm gonna go here. Okay, wait, no. Furious Strike costs 1 less for each card played. Okay. So if I play enough cards... Okay, sprint, quick strike you. And then, fuck, I don't have enough to Furious Strike you. But I can move here, and then I still don't have enough to Furious Strike. Damn it. It's fine, it's fine. This guy can't get me. I don't think. Yes, he can. Wait, no he can't. Okay, he just gets to move. Okay. I'm gonna kill you and then go on defense, I think. Each card discarded, so if I hurl a rock... No, because he gets a shield immediately after I... So I need to kill you, like, immediately. No, okay, so move. Take care of you. And then how much health do you have? You have 5 health, so I'm just gonna move out of the way. Damn it! That was not, in fact, out of the way. I'll figure it out eventually. Okay, so I am going to enter on this side of the battlefield then. And my starting position is going to be here. I'm going to take care of you first. No, I still don't know. I'm trying to figure out if you play a card once, will you get it again in battle or not? I'm just gonna do that, I think. Okay, so now I'm gonna hope I pull a sprint. Okay, so I'm gonna go here, go hurl rock, discard the mind glare. And then I'll go, oh, damn it, I forgot about that. In that case, I will go here, block of wood. And then I still don't have enough to Furious Strike, but I do have, I thought I'd have enough to Furious Strike, but it's probably discarded, not. Damn it. Okay. So he's still not close enough. I'm gonna first strike you, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna first strike you, and then I'm gonna sprint out. And yeah, I'm gonna sprint up over here. Sprint, move 3. Wait, no. That's not what I wanted to do. That's fine. Alright, so how much do you have? You're just 1 down. You're down by just 1. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go here, first strike you, hurl rock you, and then sprint out. Oh, okay, so I'm gonna have to sprint first. Okay, and then I'm gonna sprint back over here so you can't get me. Wait, yes you can. Shit. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. How much are you at? You're at 2. So I can just go here and hurl rock twice. Or actually just hurl rock once, because hurl rock does 2, not 1. There we go. Well, that was not fun. Well, I mean, it was. The battle itself was fun. I just did not love the process of getting there. Alright, I think once I get back over here, I can. If I go back up here, I think, was it M to open map? I don't remember what it was to open the map. S is settings, shift, tab, M. Yeah, it is M for map. Okay, where am I? I'm here. So I'm gonna go over here to this grove, actually. Then I'm gonna save here. That'll take 1 echo to save. Huh? Oh, it's you again. You helped me, little one. I have spent many years here, so I might be able to help you as well. You are not from the spirit world? No, I am a spirit traveler, like yourself. I see you have reached another sacred grove. Once they are awakened, you will be able to travel between them. Sacred groves are scattered all over the spirit world. I am not interested in the mysteries of the spirit world. Forgot I had to tab out. I am only interested in one thing. The Gongdir. He belongs to you, doesn't he? He's my son. When he died, I saw him drifting to the spirit world. So I followed him here, but he ran away. All I want is to find him and bring him back. To find him, you might need to wander a great distance. The spirit world stretches far beyond my forest. Yeah, that's a big map. How will I know which way to go? Have patience, Ro. Do not despair. You know my name? Yes, everything here is connected to you. How could that be? Your family is tied to this world. Look at your bracelet. My brother made it for me years ago. Why does it feel different here? All your totems gain a powerful energy from the spirit world. Try to focus on them, and you will feel their energy. T to show totems. Okay. Drag and drop to focus on a totem. My father's talisman, my father carved this for me when I was a newborn. As a hunter, you must be one with your prey. This figure represents both states, my human and my spiritual form. Okay. Ro, your son is passing through the spirit world on his way to the realm of death. I do not have the knowledge or the power to bring him back. You should seek guidance from the great spirits. They might be able to help you. The great spirits? The great spirits are 4 ancient beings who reside in 4 corners of the spirit world. They keep everything in balance. Okay. Although they've been acting strangely, I will seek them out. Careful, Ro. Tread cautiously. Okay, so Spirit Grove does not... I don't feel well. I should find a sacred grove. I'm in a sacred grove. Oh, I have to save, and that'll refill my health. Okay. 4? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that means. I've seen this lake before. You gave him to the water. I washed his little feet. You gave him to the water. Stop. His little feet submerged in black water. The black waves cradle him now. I like the way the graphics get kind of fuzzy whenever she's having a moment, I guess. Not entirely sure what to call it other than a moment. Alright, let me check my map. Alright, so I can go this way, I can go down here, or I can go this way. I think it's probably best to finish this area first, if I'm gonna go anywhere. Here we go again. I don't know what you do, so I guess I'm just gonna... Can jump. This character can jump as part of the normal movement. Okay. I'm gonna discard the sprint. I shouldn't have discarded the sprint. Don't have anything else that can really do much. So I'm just gonna move over here, I guess. And hope I don't die. Ouch. I don't know what status that is. Fragile. Damage taken is doubled. Ooh. No thank you. Okay, so I can Reckless Strike, or I'm gonna First Strike you. And then I can Reckless, or I can... I'm just gonna reckless. And then I'm gonna move back one so this guy can't get me. What? I thought he had a 2 range. Shit. Poison me again, because why not? Okay, you only have 1 health left, so I'm just gonna go back a couple and hurl rock. These foul spirits are everywhere. What if they kill me before I find Ulvi? If you die, our sacrifice will be in vain. There's no bringing your son back. No. His place is with me. I will raise him and make him a great hunter. I will convince the great spirits to help me, whatever it takes. Alright, let's see what I can do in terms of cards. I've got Distraction, move 4, discard 1 random card, sacrifice 1. Quick Slash, 0 cost. If it's a kill, you keep the card. Enchant Weapon, or Double Strike. 2 times 1? Oh, 2 times the damage, with a base of 1, I think. I'm gonna go Quick Slash, I think. Seems useful. And it doesn't cost anything, so that's always a plus. Okay, where else am I going here? Got this. There's something shiny on this rock. Whoa! Secrets. That's a lot of dudes. There's a nest back there. Those are useful, but I don't want to fight that many dudes right now. There should be another fight up here. Oh, these are deer tracks. He must be nearby. Okay. Oh, I did not want to go into battle. What are you? Can teleport. This character can move through obstacles or you. Exploding plant. Explode upon death. This character will explode and damage nearby characters when killed. Okay. Okay, so you go in a, what's it? Okay, so I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna Reckless, then Quick Slash. And then I have nothing else I can do, so I'm just gonna move on. Okay. So this guy regenerates then. Alright, so I can hurl rock. I'll sacrifice this one. Okay, so I have to move one first. Hurl rock. Sacrifice this. Then I'm gonna sprint here, I think, and just quick strike him. And now I can Furious Strike to just finish him off. Okay, let me check my map. Where am I? Okay, so I'm heading up to this grove here. Elder spirits, elder spirits. Okay, so those must be like mini bosses. Because I'm assuming great spirits are going to be my bosses, or my boss areas. If it lets you make multiple copies of a card, then there's probably a discard pile. This seems like the kind of game to let you die if you deck out, though. That's fair. I don't know if I can make multiple copies of a card. I mean, I assume I can, because I have multiple copies of a couple of them. Can I cross the river, or do I have to go around? I have to go around. Oh, there's a bridge there. Death grows in these woods. That doesn't look very nice. What grew inside of you? Freaky. I do not like the look of whatever that thing is. I'm gonna go save first. I know that saving often isn't necessarily a good thing when you have a resource that corresponds to how many saves you can get, but something tells me that I won't have a problem with too many. Unlocked overwhelmed. You reach the overwhelmed state of the region. Inspect in progression menu. Okay. Plus 1 damage this turn. Effect 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Special totem. I'm not sure what that does. Can I equip other totems, or is it just... I'm actually going to switch to this one, I think. I'm going to want something more offense-oriented for what I think is going to be a nasty fight. Something is moving inside, I feel it. I see it. It's kind of gross, honestly. Oh, I can't do anything with this? I can't do anything else with this. Okay. That's a fight right there. Let me look at my map again. So I can head up here to this nest, or I can head here to this nest. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna need to clear this one to get out of the forest anyway. So I'll head up, I think. More tracks. Looks like he went this way. I'm gonna go ahead and grab some more resources. But don't want to go into combat, thank you. Alright, so now I'm gonna head across the bridge to... Yeah, this does not look like a whole lot of fun. I guess here? Okay, so you've got 5 health. I'm gonna hurl a rock, discard the block of wood, and then I can... Oh wait, it's just first card each turn. In that case, I can Furious Strike you. And then I'll just move on. Elder Grimsnout. Regular Grimsnout. Bird. Bird is the word. So what are you? What's up with you? What does that do? Enemy is in position to do a strong attack. Okay. So I need to take you out fast. So I can Reckless you, then sprint away. Then sprint. I can move up this way, I think. Or I can go back this way. We'll go back this way. There we go. Okay, what does that do? Ow. So I can first strike you. Yeah, I'll first strike you. And then I'll quick strike, I think. Yeah, quick strike will push him back, and then I have enough to hurl rock. And hurl rock again. That'll take care of that one. And I'm gonna move over again. Don't think it's gonna do anything, but... Ow! Okay, so I need to take care of you fast. So I can I can hurl rock and then defensive swing, I think. Alright, so if I move here, I can defensive swing. And then quick slash. Or wait, no. I'm just gonna move instead. Okay, so now I'm gonna first strike you. Sprint back. And hurl rock to finish you off. There we go. Don't know what I found. Totem, Twig Entangler. First turn, do poison to a random enemy. Oh, I will absolutely take that. Poison is my favorite. Like, when it comes to status effects, I easily prefer damage over time above anything else. Let me check my cards, actually. So you know what? Since I'm down here, I'm just gonna check these first. Before I go that away. I've got 4, Gift of Nature. Mosquito Bite, ignore defense. Or 4 to all enemies in one direction, 3 range. But discard 2 cards. I'm gonna go with the Mosquito Bite, I think. And then... I'm gonna go this one as well. Alright, then I guess I'm going over this way. This is where one of the Great Spirits is, so... Olvi? Don't be scared, I'm here now. I'll take you home. That ain't good. No! Stay there, I'll find another way across. No, wait! Demo completed. Nice. Okay. That was slightly shorter than I was expecting, although I guess it's been an hour, so... That's a pretty good length for a demo in that case. I liked the gameplay. I'm not especially good at card games. I feel like there's the resource management aspect of it messes with my brain a little. Like, I have a hard time planning stuff out that far. But I really did like the gameplay, the story seems interesting, and I like the visual style of it. I guess I will go ahead and exit to menu. For those of y'all on Twitch, I don't think I can post the link to the game. For those of y'all on YouTube, there is a link to the game in my stream description. But for those of y'all on Twitch, I will go ahead and post a link to the game, and then when I post the VOD, I'll have all the same information in the VOD description. Alright, let's see. Twitch. There's a link to the game if anyone's interested in it. Why is it showing my VTube studio? Why would you do that? But yeah, there's a link to the game for that game if you have any interest in it. Let me see what's next on my list. Oh, so next one is one that was actually recommended to me by Televised, is Mindwave. This looks like it's like a micro games type of thing. Like if you've played the only micro game that I've played that comes to mind is WarioWare, but I'm thinking it's likely something similar to that. This is another one where I really like the visual style. It's sort of like psychedelic almost. Let me get the game up and running. Game capture, Mindwave. Why do you not work? Mindwave demo. Okay, are we working? Are we working? We are not working. Why are we not working? Mindwave demo. Check. It's maybe no filters on it. Do I need to allow transparency? That's not working. Okay, let me try window capture. No, that's Discord. Mindwave demo. There we go. Okay. Do I like to adjust settings before playing? Yes. Volume. Mute in background, window, mouse lock, pause gameplay in background, key ghosting compensation? I think I'm good on key ghosting. Window scale. I'm gonna keep the window at default, so let's go. Mindscape Co. Platinum Ticket. That looks like a supervillain hideout. Little quiet on this one too. Okay, let me turn it up then. Oh. That should be better. Ooh, I like the music. Let's turn it down a little in my headphones. Start. That doesn't look like start. That looks like starry. Oh, story. This font is a little hard to read. Contestants! Mindwave tournaments consist of hundreds of other lucky people like you. So please remember to remain lined up in an orderly fashion and remain patient. Spot the anime protagonist. Make sure to have your platinum ticket ready before the scanning process and do not skip others. When you arrive at a terminal, you will be guided through our identity verification process. Can you move? Hey, it's your turn. Can you move? Welcome to the Mindscape Tower Tournament entry system. Please step forward to this terminal to get started. Greetings from the Mindscape Tower Tournament entry system. And welcome to Mindscape Tower, home to Mindscape Co. Creators of the most cutting-edge developments in the world of cognitive technology and entertainment. Yeah, skip, don't care. Just make it quick. There's like a million people behind me. One of our most eager contestants yet. Very well. Please insert your platinum ticket into the slot. And insert the cable into your neural port. Please wait. Scan complete. Contestant name, Pandora. Registered to ticket number 7263672, Breeze Cola Carbonated Refreshment. Vending 6A24 in Blackout City East. Creepy. Initiating calibration sequence. Ooh. This is very bright. Tutorial. Oh, this is cute. Hey there! Now that you're hooked in, we're going to do a bit of cognitive calibration to get you ready to play. I'll take you through the basics of how to play Mindwave while we wait for the calibration process to complete. Mindwave is all about linking with your opponent's mind and experiencing their thoughts, memories, and feelings in quick bursts we call microgames. We'll play some microgames from your own mind for practice. Every microgame uses what we call an interface. They determine how you interact with the microgame. Let's try a microgame right now using the interface shown on the left. Hopefully it's self-explanatory. Circle. Oh, I'm supposed to circle her. Okay. This really does remind me of WarioWare. Great job, that's what playing a microgame feels like. Let's try out another microgame with a different interface. This one uses the keyboard interface. Give it a go. Verify, Z4U3. Good work. That microgame was a little tricky. How about a simpler one? Okay. We're going to test your reflexes with the spacebar interface. Wait for just the right moment, then slam to attention, like you're slamming on a spacebar. Get it? Assuming there will be a countdown? I think I did it? What an interesting mind you have, haha. WarioWare Psychonauts is a great pitch. Honestly, you're not wrong. It's time to try out the arrows interface. As if you were playing a game with a keyboard, focus on the arrow keys with your right hand or WASD with your left hand. Alright. Resume. Chaved out to look at OBS again. That's all the fundamentals, but did you know interfaces can be combined? It's true. Let's try out a microgame using both the arrows and the spacebar interfaces. Nope. 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 Did not get it. Oh, too bad. Looks like you lost that microgame. Normally, you'd lose a life after that. Lose all your lives and it's game over. You know how it is. Luckily for you, this is just a simulation. Why don't you give it another shot? Remember to follow the commands shown before the microgame starts. Okay. There we go. Great work! Time for another interface combo. This time use the arrows and mouse interfaces together. Think you can do it? I can try. Find. What am I finding? That? Hello? What? Oh. That's what I'm finding. Oh, looks like the calibration process is complete. Thank you for waiting and have fun in the tournament. Calibration complete. We are pleased to welcome you to the annual Mindwave tournament hosted by Mindscape Co. By proceeding through the gate, you will be ready to participate in the tournament. Note that Please proceed to the lobby and wait for the event to begin. Remember, the most important thing is to have fun and treat your fellow contestants with kindness. Thank you for participating, and we wish you luck. Whatever. Floor 1. Hey, Pandora. Oh, this person is sharply dressed with some sharp-looking hair. Smalls? Sub. I thought you didn't have a ticket. No, I didn't. How did you get in then? Business secret. What did you do? Security was super light. Non-existent, even. Dude. Just kinda walked in through a back door. Wandered around some hallways till I found this massive room full of people. I mean, I'm glad you're here. Definitely gonna make this whole thing less of a pain. I just hope security doesn't suddenly show up to kick you out. Fingers crossed. If they ask, I'm telling them we're not associated. Fair enough. But look, for real. It's good to have you here. The visuals are messing with me a little, but I do like the style. We've got a bit of time before the first round starts. How about we walk around and meet some people? No thanks. I'm just here for the game. I'd rather just stand around until it starts. Well, you gotta think about this strategically. Mindwave is all about people's minds. Might help to get a feel for a few personalities. See what sort of brains you might have to deal with. And if you insist on dragging me around, I guess I'll follow. Doesn't have to be this whole big deal. Good enough. Let's see. Welcome to the lobby. Here, Pandora and Smalls can pass the time by chatting with their fellow contestants before the next round of the tournament begins. To look around, move your mouse to the edge of the screen or use the arrow keys. Use the spacebar to open the sub-menu. You can click on Smalls to talk with him. You can click on Pandora to skip the lobby and start the next round of the tournament. First round will begin shortly. If you need to reread anything, you can press tab to pull up the log. Alright, I guess let's check out these people. I think I recognize that tall guy over there. The one chatting with that pink-haired girl? He's cosplaying a character that I recognize. Oh, who's that? He's Slate, just a character from this cartoon I know. What's it called? I think it was Fortress of Sorrow? Doesn't ring a bell, sorry. Why don't you nerd out about it with him? I don't nerd out. But, you know, I do want to tell him I like the cosplay. Ahem, yo. Cat, I'm telling you, these tubes are probably... Ethan, I think that girl's trying to get your attention. For real? Hey, is that a Slate cosplay? Yeah, it is. Made it myself. Cat, I told you someone would recognize Fortress of Sorrow. Yeah, out of the 1,000-something people here. Dude, you gotta consider the sample size. There's only a millionth of Blackout's entire population here right now. One fan here equals 10,000 fans across the city. That doesn't make sense. Even if it did, you'd still be a dork for wearing that here. Smalls, by the way, and your resident Fortress of Sorrow fanatic here is Pandora. I can introduce myself, you know. Ethan. Your real name is Ethan, then? Yep, that's what my friends call me. Friend. Damn, no mercy. Not true. Your grandparents call me Ethan. They're both my friends, too. So, you're not siblings. Ethan's a general nuisance that hangs around my place daily. But no, we're not related. My place gets too rowdy when my brothers are home. Plus, there's nobody who likes listening to me talk about Fortress of Sorrow. Love my family, but it is paradise to get away from that bunch. Kat's grandparents are so much cooler. Ethan's idea of paradise is a boring old people house. Peace and quiet, free cookies, and 2 old people to hang out with is paradise to me. Honestly, peace and quiet and free cookies sounds excellent to me. Do you talk to them about cartoons as well? Yep. Kat's grandpa and I can talk for hours. He understands none of what you're saying, by the way. I don't mind repeating myself. Just means more talking for the both of us. He's got a bunch of stories he loves telling me. Old people stories, about his life and stuff. Exactly, he's a rambler. I enjoy seeing that light in his eyes, no matter how many times he tells the same stories. I'd hang out there all the time, but I'm too tall to sleep on their couches. Slate and Mindwave, Slate cosplay. Slate and Mindwave, I guess. So do you guys play Mindwave much at all? Dude, yeah, we play together at the arcade every Saturday. Does Fortress of Sorrow stuff come up often? Somehow, not often at all. It's honestly a really fun matchup. It's nice to get a break from Ethan's nerd stuff. Absolutely. It's only chill vibes up here. I totally wish I had someone to frequently play against. Don't ask me. I don't feel like giving Mindscape Co. a bunch of scans in my brain. Only reason I'm here right now is because I'd be stupid to miss something like this. Nah, don't worry. They don't save your brain scans. I read the EULA front to back as Kat was all worried about it the first time we played. Didn't want them saving anything from my brain either. That would be super weird. Isn't it weird to see each other's minds like that, though? Feels a little too personal. Not really. I'm honestly more uncomfortable with strangers seeing my brain. I'm only here right now because, yeah, it'd be stupid to miss this. Bye. Oh, by the way, Kat, did you ever end up calling your Nana? She wanted us to call her when we got here. Yeah, I suppose I gotta do that. She's gonna be worrying all night if I don't give her a call before the tournament starts. I didn't notice the Willy Wonka reference with the platinum ticket. Yeah, I guess that is kind of a golden ticket. Yeah, don't keep her worrying. Pandora and I gotta get going too. We've got more people to meet. See ya. Peace. Alright, so there's them, there's this guy, and this... Let's talk to this guy. Oh, hey, is that who I think it is? Pandora, we should talk to her. Who? That girl on her phone? Yeah, her. I've seen her around the arcade. She's pretty good at Mindwave. Her name is Roxy. I think she's on her school's Mindwave varsity team. She'd be our best bet if we want some pointers. God, there are sports teams for Mindwave? Of course, most schools in the city have their own teams. Ours doesn't because it sucks. Fine, you get her attention then. I'm not about to try getting someone's attention when they're preoccupied. It's fine by me. I'm curious to hear some advice, too. Sup? I'm Smalls. Ah, yeah, I've seen you at the arcade once. My friend Pandora here isn't as experienced with Mindwave. She's looking for some advice. Sup? Go for it. Mindwave hurts my head. Okay, the most important thing I gotta ask. Do the headaches ever go away? Headaches? You sure you're hydrated enough? I'm plenty hydrated. Speaking of hydrating, I should probably drink some water. I don't know many people who get headaches from Mindwave. I've seen it happen, but only after longer sessions. Happened to me both times I've tried to play. Happened just a bit ago. Maybe you're hurting your own head by overcomplicating things? Or maybe Mindwave's just unsafe and unhealthy to play. You're both right to an extent. Your experience with Mindwave is contingent on the headspace you're in. You're not gonna have a good experience when you're opposed to playing it. Though, inversely, adapting yourself to Mindwave too much can also be harmful. You mean there's long-term side effects for playing? Yeah, this isn't really swaying me. Mindwave pointers, I guess? Side effects aside, you got any pointers for Pandora? Are you really just gonna ignore that Mindwave could be, like, rotting your brain or something? It's no big deal. I've been fine so far. I don't understand you. You don't understand Mindwave either. You need all the help you can get. It's all intuition, really. Everyone has a different mental model of how Mindwave interacts with their brains. That'd be a good place to start. Alright, how do I form my own mental model? It's not something explaining would help. Just play the game. I get that. Just try to imagine your thoughts are liquid. That liquid is more or less viscous, depending on how clear your head is. I swear, wild respect for people who 3D model this comm is killing me. Honestly, Mood, I don't understand it at all. Anterior cingulate cortex exercises are also helpful no matter your playstyle. Nope, you've completely lost me. It's an essential exercise for memory channeling. Oh, my bad. I'm used to talking to people who actually know about Mindwave. Okay, harsh. It's not an insult. I just can't give you much advice without that foundational knowledge. Roxy's skill varsity team. I guess Roxy's skill? Do I even have a chance at winning if I've got, like, 0 experience? Well, it's possible. There's likely a lot of experienced people in this place. Yeah, you just gotta hope you don't get matched up with a pro immediately. You'll get your experience while you work your way up the tower. I can't even play the game without it hurting my head. I'm not just suddenly gonna become a pro in a few battles. In my experience, I found that it takes a specific type of person to play Mindwave professionally. Complacency is a big issue when you're used to playing with the same people. Everyone's different, so I account for that by playing at different arcades around the city. True, I've wanted to visit other arcades to meet some new meet some new opponents. Meet some new opportunities. Actually, the arcade I've seen you at has been great to visit for opponent variety. How do you make your brain games more difficult? Channel pure spite, I guess? I don't know. I've played against a few people there who almost completely threw me off. On that note, which arcade have you found as the worst Mindwave players? Definitely North Mall. People in North Blackout tend to view Mindwave as more of a gimmick. It's also super expensive. Would not recommend it. Bye. We'd better get going. Thanks for the advice, even if it didn't help much. My last piece of advice, just try not to sweat it. Remember that even professionals can struggle against inexperienced players. Stressing about your odds will only make them worse. All you can do is be confident in what you have. Thanks. Good luck with the tournament, Roxy. Oh, I think it's about to start. Finally. That actually is good advice. Attention contestants. The pools round is about to begin. Please enter an available elevator within the next 10 minutes. Alright, good luck, Pandora. I'll see you in a bit. I'm trying to figure out what the character designs remind me of. The style, this particular, like, character design style reminds me of something, but I'm not entirely sure what. I mean, WarioWare, yes, like the super exaggerated hair and proportions. Please insert the neural cable into your neural port to confirm your entry. Invader Zim? Yes! That's exactly what it is. Identity confirmed. Pandora, the pools round will begin shortly. Please stand by. That's exactly what it reminds me of. Oh, okay. This feels weird. This is actually starting now. Everything feels so quiet. I guess the silence is nice. My ears aren't being constantly bombarded by the crowd. People are irritating, but Smalls makes it all bearable. Talking with him never feels like a chore. That's how you know someone's a good friend, is when you don't get tired of talking to them. I'm starting to worry about entering other people's minds. I don't even play Mindwave. After this door opens, there could be anyone behind it. Some deranged lunatic for all I know. I just need to stop overthinking this, beat whoever's behind that door, and meet up with Smalls again. And even if I don't think I can do it, it's not like I can go back now. Huh? What the hell is happening here? What's the... I thought that was arrow keys. What? There we go. There we go. Okay, mouse again. Catch. I like the music. Ah, damn it. Give me a second. Okay, so 22253. Okay. Let me turn the game audio up more. I guess I can probably turn it up in the options, maybe? There's, for some reason, my desktop audio is being really weird, so there's only so far I can turn it up. Okay, mouse. Okay, keyboard. Arrows. Transform. Rip. Oh, level up. Okay. Shit. 34. Dial. Okay. 22253. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Drop things, I guess? Lost. Try again, I guess. Is the game audio any better now? Key smashing minigame, like, okay, 5, 3, 6, 6, 9. I barely hear anything. Oh, okay. Oof. Give me a second, I can pause after this game. This is as high as I can get it without, like, blowing my ears out, so... Okay. Arrow keys. Okay, care. You need this, you need this. Catch, catch, catch. Got that. Arrow keys and spacebar, okay. Okay, keyboard. I am really vibing with that. What? I got it! I thought... Oh. Level up, okay. Ah, shit. Clear the pop-up. Keyboard. Clear the pop-ups. Spacebar. Two, 3. The pop-ups. That's how you make your brain games harder. Okay, so there. You go here. You go here. Clear the pop-ups. Oh, what was I supposed to do? I was supposed to jump. That's what I'm supposed to do. Okay. Okay, those. Okay. Did I win it? Oh, boss. Oh, God. Okay. arrow keys and spacebar. I can do that. Okay, jump, jump, jump. Shit, jump, jump, jump. Shit. Damn it. It's fine. Arrow keys. Oh, I just do it again. Okay. Oh, the amount of time you hold the space bar is... Shit. What do I do? I'm gonna lose. Okay. One more try. I'm sorry if the audio's bad. Two, three, four. Three, four. Damn it. I'm bad at that one. Okay. Okay, arrow keys. Two, three. There we go. So I make it to 25 and then that's the boss, I think. I can make it to 25, I think. I really hope I can make it to 25. Okay. Click that, pop. 2, 3, 4. Those pop up. 2, 3, 4. 21. Okay, arrow keys, yep, right there. Okay, you get, you want apple. 23. Oh, I pressed space, I swear. Okay, it's fine. Okay, boss, here we go. Dude, my heart is beating so fast right now. Jump, 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 jump. No! Why would you... No! Come on. Okay, I have one more shot. I gotta not mess up. Okay, jump, 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 jump. No, jump, 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 jump. No, jump, 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 jump. No, 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 no. Jump, 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 jump. No, 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 no. Damn it! Okay. One, two, three. There we go. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, come on. Ah, damn it. Four. Okay. 10. Okay, speed up. I just gotta make it to 25. Okay. 53669. One, two, three, four. There we go. Two, three. Air keys. Okay, that one up. Damn it, I missed it. It's fine. Just have to make it 25. Mouse again. You need an apple. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I made it to the boss with 2 health. Now's the time to get my shit together. I'm not sure how this works. Shit. Right, come on. Shit. No, 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 no. Okay, got it. Almost, almost. Woo! Did I do it? I think I did it. Huh. Ah. Oh, she's cute. Oh. Oh no. So you can actually meet Starlight in the lobby. Oh, okay. I will, well, I mean, clearly I'm not meeting her in the lobby anymore, but I might be able to go and do something else, I think. When the doors open, please exit and await the next round of the tournament. I think I saw her silhouette in the lobby. I just didn't talk to her. Alright. Woo, credits! I really did like the visual style, and the micro games are fun if slightly panic-inducing. And yeah, I like the character designs sort of do remind me of old cartoons. You've unlocked the Mind Select. Select it on the main menu to try out Endless Mode. Okay. Oh, is it gonna have me play? Oh yeah, it's gonna have me start again, I think. Mind Select. Options, Kickstarter. Alright, I don't think I have time to get through the Mind Select today, since it's already almost 2 full hours in. But I really did like that one. I liked the music, and the micro games are fun, if, again, slightly panic-inducing. For those of y'all who are on YouTube, let me put... Oh, Ivy, hey! Sorry, I wasn't looking at my YouTube chat. I still haven't figured out how to integrate it to have everything on one screen. So I have to, like, remember to check it properly. Yes, but the link to the game and to the developer's social media is in my YouTube stream description. Let me get the link to the game for those of y'all who are on Twitch. And yeah, again, I'm sorry about the game audio. It's trying to get my desktop audio to function has been a little bit of a struggle at the moment. I can probably put a gain filter on it, but I will wait to see what the next game does before I do that. Okay, so I want to exit this one for now. I think next up is one that I've been really excited to play, that I keep meaning to play and I haven't had the chance to yet. Of the Devil is, as far as I can tell, an Ace Attorney style, like, legal procedural game, I think. Yeah, so Ace Attorney, like, my notes say it's a legal procedural, but I think it's more of like a trial and discovery style game. Just from looking at the visuals in the trailer, it immediately reminds me of Ace Attorney and Danganronpa a little bit. Although it's more like some of the interfaces I've seen remind me of Danganronpa more than it is what I've seen of the game itself so far. Let me get that launched. Of the Devil. Lowercase in the first word's mandatory. Noted. Alright, let me see. Is it gonna launch? Hello? It says it's launching. It's just taking a second. Oh, come on. It's not even 6 p.m. I should not be tired yet. This is a work of fiction. Oh, wait. Is it working in my... No, it's not. Okay. You. Work. Alright. Hello? Is it working? Yes. Yes, it is. Let me make it a little bit bigger, so it fits in my overlay slightly better. Okay. A little bit bigger. There we go, that should be good. This is a work of fiction. This game uses an autosave feature. Do not quit while you can see this icon. Okay. Oh, the game audio is really quiet on my end too, so I'm probably gonna have to turn it up for y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn it way up for y'all. Keep myself awake, I bite the space between my thumb and index. Kept me awake through school. I am guilty of definitely having slept through quite a few classes when I was still in high school. I'm not doing it anymore now that I'm in college, because, well, I've got... If I turn it up like 5 decibels, that should be better, hopefully. I definitely slept through a few classes in middle school and high school, although I'm making a conscious effort to not do it anymore now that I'm in college and, you know, I'm paying for it. Alright, so that's still quiet. Can I turn you up anymore? Okay, that's about as loud as I can turn it up without deafening myself. So, I added a gain filter in OBS and hopefully that'll help as well. Rain sizzles off neon above me. The summer shower creates a noted uptick in the flickering of holograms down the street, and a slight blunting of the night's ambience. Or ambiance. Emphasis on slight. Lights, cameras, and constant noise. The city's got insomnia, with the uneven heart rate to prove it. There's no escape in the secondhand nervous energy of it all, but I'm plenty acclimated. Just a wave of worries cresting on the surface while I hold my breath deep below. Besides, a microdose of nightlife anxiety suits my mood just fine. Because if I'm not careful, this client of mine's gonna die in jail. Morgan. Criminal attorney. It's hard to get away with murder these days. People are still presumed innocent, at least on paper. But by the time they're in cuffs, there's hardly any shadows of a doubt left. Because this whole world's lit up, mapped out, never unknown, and always online. Whether it's incandescent, or neon, or hollow, whether it's LCD, LED, or just the nearest phone screen. There's light shining on every last pixel of the map. And someone's always watching. Solitude's a rarity. Anonymity is scarce. And criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. So you take whatever clients you can get. You don't balk at public defender work, no matter the hour. And should you find yourself in one of the last dark, quiet corners left in the whole world, well, smoke 'em if you got 'em. Not that there's much else I can do until my phone. Counselor, your public defender contract has been approved. You are expected at the 254th Precinct. Present your ID at the door to enter. Arrive at least 15 minutes early. I'll try. Heart. Looks like the paperwork came through. It's nearly 3:15 now. 90 minutes since I took the job. Probably makes it about 2 hours since they finally got smart enough to ask for a lawyer. If they're really smart, they'll have used that time to get some rest. Because now that I'm here, things are going to get busy. I like her already. Like a criminal attorney or a criminal attorney? Hey, why not both? Chapter 0, and he shall appear. Stop. Oh, speak of the devil. Precinct 254. It's a goddamn ghost town. With nothing but a hologram for a welcoming party. I'm here about a homicide. High clearance rates be damned. You'd think they'd treat it with a little more gravitas. But whatever. If I'm that unimportant, they've got no right to complain if I take my sweet time getting checked in. And I should take my time. Information's like cash in my line of work. You gotta spend it to make it. And if you flat broke, no one will give a shit what you have to say. So let's see if I can't poke around and shake some change loose. Use mouse to look around for points of interest that you can click on, or press space to find them automatically. You'll earn credit for investigating anything and everything you can. Credit is both a measure of your information gathering skills and your own credibility. So don't go broke. Criminal who eternizes. Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly. Also, hi, Brime. Alright, so... observe. An actual police lineup. It's like I walked into a museum. Though a museum tends to feel expensive and clean. Dusty, forgotten, probably lots of unpacked boxes. This homicide department's more like an attic. Hard to believe they were ever so busy that they had witnesses making IDs in the lobby. Then again, it's hard to believe they were ever doing lineups in the first place. Are you certain? Wasn't it dark? Did you know that during traumatic events, memory formation is blah, blah, blah? Poking holes in that setup must have been like shooting fish in a barrel. And all during billable hours. But there's no room to sow doubt anymore, not when a modded witness can just submit their testimony as a video recording. Assuming their phone didn't automatically file a police report for them. Examine. This is their read. A data pad. On bite. Even when they're more advertisement than article, they can still be informative. In a flowery, roundabout, corporate propaganda sort of way. Keep an eye out for articles in the environment. They offer insight to the world around you and credit towards your investigation. Choose the proper takeaway after reading and you'll earn additional bonus credit too. Okay. I can work with that. Search terms, data pads, holograms. I'll go over those in more detail in a minute. Subway fixes axed, city to refocus on canopy. Declaring the subway tunnels to be irreparably flooded, city engineers announced this week that all plans to drain and repair the system were being suspended indefinitely. Saltwater damage to sensitive electronic cabling and erosion of key tunnel fixtures were cited as reasons for why 89% of the subway system was evaluated as critically compromised or worse. Civil engineering efforts will be refocused on maintenance and expansion of the hybrid super infrastructure system that weaves together trams, highways, walkways, and skyscrapers into the canopy high above our city streets. Reactions to the announcement could be characterized as blasé. It's been years since the subway last ran, and decades since they last ran on schedule. Most citizens have long since given up hope on them ever making a comeback. Online chatter barely reacted to the announcement, with most commenters and voters' attention focused instead on the growing investigations into the councilman's long campaign finance irregularities. Councilman Long's, not the councilman's Long. As one of the canopy's major backers in City Hall, Long has often found himself at odds with a small but vocal group of critics that consider it to be an eyesore and an amplifier of light and noise pollution. And with Long having stepped away from his political duties in order to more fully cooperate with investigators for the first time in nearly 20 years, the typically rock-steady political foundation of the canopy was looking uncharacteristically shaky going into this week. But with the subways now officially no longer an option, people and corporations alike have little choice for how they can complete their morning commutes. However, not all reactions to the news have been negative. At least a few bold individuals see this latest report as vindication, and possibly even a rallying cry. Already considered by many to be a rising star in infrastructure solutions abroad, tech startup Subterra made headlines last year with their radical proposal for a system of personal submarine taxi pods that could make use of the flooded subway tunnels, but momentum stalled when their first prototype for the city came in at a disappointing 3,359%. 3,000% over budget. That is 30 times the budget. Wait, no, that's 30 times the budget. Damn. Was that a southern accent? It wasn't intended to be, but it might have been on accident. I don't, yeah, it wasn't intentional. But if it was, I guess. The one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In the light... Oh, though one council member was quoted as calling their system mind-bogglingly wasteful and impractical in the extreme. In light of this latest announcement, Subterra has proudly declared their intent to resubmit their proposal package. Across the entire globe, coastal cities like ours have struggled to find civil engineering answers to rising sea levels and subterranean flooding that satisfy financial, practical, and aesthetical concerns. Historically, most scientists have attributed this increase in sea level to climate change, though there are dissenting voices. Water rises and falls all the time, for reasons we do not fully understand. Are we to? It appears that you have 0 free articles remaining this month. Please verify your account information in order to keep reading the stories that matter. Ballsy of them, putting the paywall there. As if I'd reach for my wallet after having to read a word like aesthetical. Besides, I got the gist of it. The takeaway is that the city will be focusing its efforts on the canopy. There will be increased scrutiny surrounding the canopy now that there's no plan B. It's a massive project with a massive budget. Lines the pockets of a lot of people, big and small. None of them would appreciate bad press at the moment. Not when Councilman Long's already thoroughly chummed the waters. Local infrastructure loses additional money. Wasn't aware it was hard. Wasn't aware it was had. Wait, no. Why can't I read? All of a sudden I can't read. Local infrastructure loses additional money it wasn't aware it had. Yep, sounds about right. Sounds like most local infrastructure, to be honest. Regardless of where you are. Inspect. High-traffic hallways, utilitarian furnishing, multiple screening stations. Pragmatic brutalism so textbook it could teach freshman-level architecture. Can almost hear the building drone on and on about concrete and iron and hard right angles. The civil planning equivalents of battle scars. From a fight won so long ago that they're starting to look ridiculous. I'm sure it was all very imposing back when it was built, but walking in here now, with crime rates where they are, feels like a hospice ward for heavy-handedness. Okay, I think that's all that's left to find here, so... The medium's cracked in the corner. That doesn't look like the corner. Looks bad, but my phone's made of the same stuff, and I'm rolling the dice every time it falls off the sofa. Could probably null the warranty on one of these things with a loud sneeze. At least it's not broken. Entirely. Even at this hour, it's still dutifully scrolling through its notifications. Looks like the usual 1-to-1 ratio of public health alerts and inoffensive pop culture trivia you always get served at state buildings. But there's a few missing persons, too. 1 year of Silver Plan coverage, courtesy of Caduceus, as a reward for any... Silver's no joke. Family must be getting desperate. Alright. I've taken in all the scenery and learned as much as I can here. Time to get checked in. It booted up fine. So far, so good. Good morning. Morgan, here for the public defender contract. Could you please provide your name and... Great. Please, stand still for a moment. I wouldn't call intake hollows charming. More like harmless. That's probably what the designers were aiming for. People don't mind a quirk or two in their tech, so long as it never speaks out of turn. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble placing you. Could you please provide your name and date of birth? So far, so good, was it? Scan my card, just scan my face. Scan my card. Say, why don't you just scan my ID card? Great. Now, could you just confirm your date of birth for me? Why do they even bother asking? My birthday's on the damn ID card. And my profile. I'd have to be a world-class airhead to get this question wrong. Alright, so... that is the way of telling me to look at the profile. Morgan, date of birth December 26th, 175 centimeters tall, not 105. Occupation, criminal defense attorney. Likes, puzzles, smoking, modern furniture. Dislikes, commercials, hairdressers, jogging. Talent, can fall asleep in any position. Hey, mood! Coffee, decaf, drink whiskey sour. I told y'all about the whole reason I'm a bear, right? it being that me being a bear comes from an inside joke about my tendency to fall asleep in increasingly unlikely places. Literally, for my birthday one year, a friend of mine a couple years ago, a friend of mine gave me a set of pictures of me asleep in increasingly unlikely places for a gift. I had $16,000, right? I turned that into $3,000 in just 2 months. You mean you made $3,000? No. Alright, so profiles. Date of birth, December 26th. Okay. Reading list, subways abandoned. Okay, so that's the articles I have reference to. Conductive resin. No problem, my birthday is December 26th. Perfect. Good morning, Morgan Counselor. Thank you for your timely arrival and for taking on this public defender contract. If you're ready to speak to your client, you can proceed to Counseling Quarter 3C. Is that what we're calling it now? You mean the interrogation room. I'm sorry to have caused any confusion. My vocabulary is regularly updated to better reflect state standards. Don't sweat it. I can't keep track of every new euphemism either. They could call it the involuntary wellness check room if they like. Doesn't change the way it makes a person feel, sitting in a stifled box of one-way panels. Nothing to see but their own reflection dully warped across gunmetal walls. Morgan Counselor, can I help you with anything else? Because of what you read earlier, you've unlocked an additional question. Read and examine at every opportunity to build up your knowledge and get the most out of your questioning. Okay. What are you? No thanks, why the disrepair? Why the disrepair? I know the city's not terribly concerned with the lower wards, but this is a police station. Why is it so goddamn dusty? This facility is currently undergoing renovations. Since when? The 60s? It has been 22 months. Since the timetable was last updated. They really don't see a lot of action around here, do they? I'm sorry for any inconvenience you might have encountered. I'm adaptable. What about you? They ever gonna fix that crack? Thank you for asking. It has not interfered with my work. Well, that's all that matters, right? What are you, I guess? What are you? I'm a smart user interface, proudly sold by Noble Electronics. Thank you for asking. If you're interested, I could send you a link with information about our subscription packages. Should I send you a link with information about our subscription packages? No. Sorry. That was a mean question to ask. That'll be all, thank you. You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office, through the door to your right. Thanks. But I think it's just me for now, so you could go on break if you like. Automated dependents do not take breaks, Morgan Counselor. Then what were you doing before I walked in? You'll find the counseling quarters past our homicide detective's office. Through the door to the right. Thank you. Ads don't get breaks, and they don't get my jokes. But it's usually the humorless types that are the most fun to mess with anyway. Eyes gone bad or something? A voice. No. A voice says, coming from down the hall. They're yours? Probably. Thank God I stopped for directions. A building this empty, the desk could have just told me to follow the echoes. One voice sounds older, rougher, and decidedly low energy. Appreciate you worrying about me. But God forbid I try to be serious. I haven't heard that story. Also, 175 centimeters, about 5'9". Okay, good to know. Unfortunately, I'm not super great with metric measurements outside of, like, what you would use for cooking. Like, cooking and chemistry are the two times I've only really ever had to use metric measurements, and even then in chemistry you use Kelvin, and in cooking you use Fahrenheit anyway. Well, in most recipes I've found it says Fahrenheit. So I'm not too good with, like, centimeters or length measurements. Definitely cops. And at this precinct, at this hour, they might be the only two living, breathing people in the whole complex. Because why else would you bother to print all that out? One document or 100 looks the same on a datapad. Anytime you question a suspect, you need to have a heavy file in hand. Makes them think you know better than their priest, their mother, their big brother? I wasn't gonna say that. So, how many of those sheets were blank, then? No red carpet tonight, officers? Oh, sorry about that, ma'am. We don't keep many extra hands around at these hours. Probably faster to let the desk handle intake anyway. But mostly cheaper. You the lawyer? I am. Morgan, Esquire. Pleased to meet you. Same here, counselor. Kasim? I don't know how to pronounce that. Kasim? Usually when it's just a Q, it's like a K sound, but I'm gonna go with Kasim. Kasim London. And the ball of sunshine, here's my partner, Farrah Reyes. Ball of sunshine? She certainly is. Huh? Sorry if you were kept waiting. Chatter between the departments has been hectic all night. It's no trouble. Gave me time to enjoy my cigarette. Cigarette? Like tobacco? What are you, 80? She can't be more than a few years younger than me. We're the detectives in charge of this particular case. And it looks like tonight we're also your humble guides to the illustrious homicide department. Apologies in advance for any cobwebs. Pretty sure I've seen this London character around the courthouses before. He never struck me as more than just some old-timer. But I suppose being an old-timer is an accomplishment in and of itself in his profession. Sunshine is definitely a new face, though. Rigid in her posture and her attitude. 3 in the morning and her shirt still looks ironed. Freshly promoted, maybe. 2 whole detectives working at these hours? Sounds serious. Unless you were just the first to arrive on the scene? No, we're not nearly that timely. Uniforms responded to the emergency calls within a few minutes. Calls. Plural. Must have been quite the commotion. Look around. You think we're the first to arrive for anything? She's not wrong. We were only tapped after circumstances at the scene indicated involvement with an ongoing investigation. Our ongoing investigation. Not very subtle, is she? But I may as well bite at this point. So you suspect that this client of mine is involved in some separate criminal activity? Wait, did they really not? No, I guess they wouldn't put it in a public defender's briefing. Look, consider this a little professional courtesy. A fair warning, yeah? That's the heartbreak killer in that room. And we've got the bastard dead to rights. So if you're kind, you'll help him plead it out. And if you're smart, you'll pass this shitstorm on to some other night owl and go back to bed. I'm not feeling particularly kind or smart at the moment. So perhaps in the meantime you'd be so polite as to fill me in about this heartbreak killer? They cover utilities at the rock you live under? Is there a problem? You're seriously not familiar with HK? Never heard of him. I've heard enough of him for a lifetime. That name has been plastered all over the city for weeks, their crimes wavering between breaking news and urban legend. Their presumed goals flip-flopping from unadulterated anarchy to unappreciated vigilantism. At street corners, in the media, on the net, everyone's indulging in the exact kind of armchair detective speculation that I can't stand. But right now I need to figure out exactly how much the police do or don't know. And when it comes to cops, I always get better results playing dumb than I do acting smart. I take it he's a, repeat offender? Was it the killer part that tipped you off? You must have at least heard about his M.O. Media's gone crazy with it. Along with everyone else. One bullet, straight through the heart. Body left to lie where it falls. Hence the name Heartbreak. Not exactly creative, but it missed the swirl of every other 100-word article out there. Catchiness trumps originality. What? What you won't read about online is that all 6 of HK's victims were shot by the same gun. Without even needing to reload. Horrible to say, I know, but 6 for 6? That's pretty good shooting, isn't it? Hitting the bullseye at the shooting range is good shooting. Doing it 6 times in a row is great. But shooting 6 people with accuracy like that? It's a whole different beast. Takes a certain kind of monster. A real freak. His pulse probably didn't even rise. I see. Sounds horrific. That's a pretty terrifying thought. Should really start paying more attention to the news. How I managed to miss 6 murders? Well, you can only blame yourself for missing 5. Pardon? You're still not getting it? HK's 6th victim was found a few hours ago. When we caught the son of a bitch red-handed. So you're convinced that my client is this heartbreak killer, and tonight was just his latest crime? That's a serious accusation with very serious consequences. I take it you have serious evidence to back that up. I was being literal, counselor. Red-handed. When we found your client, he was covered in her blood. Well, that's not good, is it? What you say certainly sounds, compelling. Is that lawyer talk for open and shut? But even if that's the case, how does one crime scene make him look good for 6 murders? It's all there in the discovery files. And the ARCs, of course. Join the local nut on your phone and we'll turn over everything you need. I'll bet. Thanks for that, detective. I'll be sure to read it over. But if it's all the same, could I ask you two some questions while I got you here? The hell kind of attorney wants to interrogate the detectives? This kind of attorney. You're just that pleasant. Come on, sunshine. Not like we're gonna be punching out anytime soon, right? Whatever. Let your clients do an interrogation all night for all I care. Tara. You mean the counseling quarters? We're at your disposal, counselor. The origami heartbreak killer. You're not wrong, okay. So that's interrogation. Loose wires, missing panels, an aircon system that probably sweats more than the people it's supposed to cool. No room in the budget for making the office not look like shit, huh? I expected to find a lot of belt-tightening at Homicide, but I didn't think their operation would be this bare bones. They've got a stunning clearance rate and they work fast. Guess the city sees that and just assumes their job is easy. Maybe their job is easy, what with our dear, doting surveillance state eliminating so much of the footwork. But if your wheels don't squeak, you don't get your proms greased. So Homicide ends up as the only state department with a shrinking budget. A dumping grounds for the police force's most unambitious and least popular. Shouldn't have cleaned up just so much for you shouldn't have cleaned up so much for just little old me, Detective London. Someone really needs to introduce this guy to a filing system. Or even just a stapler. Paper documents scattered about lazily, alongside actual photographs. Either he's really old-fashioned or really paranoid about data leaks. And he doesn't look like the paranoid type. Well, orderliness aside, some things are better in paper, I'll give him that. Barren, stark, and uninviting. This must be Reyes' desk. Keeping your workstation neat and tidy is admirable, but I can't spot a single mode of personalization. She's so new she hasn't had time to unpack. Or is she really that uptight and boring? Both, maybe. There's gotta be something else to investigate here. There. Latest Noble androids received warm welcome. Bolstered by a strong earnings report and surging sales of the Anima 16, Noble Electronics stock rose to a stunning 3% this week to a new record high, while Noble's latest iteration has yet to surpass the sheer popularity of its predecessors. An increased profit margin has left Noble shareholders very enthused. Many investors were skeptical when, at their now infamous 2084 trade convention, Noble announced that the 16th line would be the first generation of androids to feature over 50% organic components. So-called warm androids, which at the time only saw demand in the health, senior, and childcare sectors, were looked down upon as impractical due to increased maintenance costs, cuts, scratches, bruises, and the like. And while some critics voiced concerns that fringe religious or traditionalist groups might find warm androids controversial, more business-focused minds feared that Noble was alienating its customers in the industrial and military sectors in order to cater to civilian consumers, users that viewed their androids from across the room and not from above the factory floor. However, as has often been the case in the last decade, Noble's doubters were proven wrong. The Anima 16 is poised to break profitability records with no sign of slowing down, and many industry analysts predict that these once rare organic androids will completely replace their more robotic predecessors in daily life within the next 3 to 5 years. As described in the earnings report, much of the 16th line's success, and indeed the success of Noble androids in general, can be attributed to their remarkable, lifelike, personable charm of their products. And by all accounts, that charm can be attributed to the work of Noble's famed lead programmer, Dr. David Asher. I can't talk all of a sudden. Lead programmer's the understatement of the century, said Noble Ambassador Lucy Dees on stage at their latest Noble Industry Weekend. It's because of his Turing solution that every Noble product, from the sleekest assistant to the most advanced intensive care technicians, are so beloved and trusted by our customers. While his reputation was on full display at the event, Dr. Asher himself was nowhere to be seen. He's always been reclusive, but he's become a genuine hermit in recent years. Are we really to believe he's still, "Hey fan, looks like you're not logged into this device. Want to put in your account info so we can help you keep reading?" He's in the news again. It's no wonder. Can't spit without it landing on a piece of Noble tech these days. Especially not with the states involved. Don't know if they'll bite when it comes to warm androids, though. For government use, they're just too frail or too expensive. Too expensive. Just too expensive to justify. Wait, what am I thinking? No state's ever had a problem with spending money on overpriced crap. Okay, so it should be too frail. Noted. Nothing else jumps out at me around here. I've got a better idea of who I'm dealing with, at least. Now I need to check out the crime scene data. I should have been sent a link. You've been granted access to state files regarding case KL433511. Reply C to confirm. You need to reply C in order to confirm. Am I talking to a person? I am an automated dependent. Ads are usually more polite. Our personalities are tailored to suit our users' preferences. So the state likes you to be a little authoritarian. You need to reply C. It's case sensitive. Thank you. Alright, if I project from my phone. ARC's user portal, authenticating, downloading, initializing. Whoa. This game makes you want to reread the Cyberpunk Red rulebook. Huh. I mean, it is very cyberpunk, although I've got to be honest, I'm only familiar with the cyberpunk universe to the extent of having seen a couple episodes of Edge Runners. Although the concept, well, I'm not familiar with the cyberpunk as like as an IP universe, although I am familiar with cyberpunk as a concept. Also, the Sneak 88, hey, welcome! Sorry I missed your chat. I can't figure out how to make this game windowed so it's in full screen. Alright, let's see what the police have, and what they think is important. The victim's body. Cause of death, ballistic trauma, class IV blood loss, or class, that's 4, right? Yeah, that's 4. Atrium and aorta. Single gunshot wound to the heart, in brief. Death was instantaneous. No injuries anywhere else, and no blood or skin under her nails. Blood splatter, forensics, and all that other good stuff tells them that she was shot from there. So the killer was standing in the doorway when they fired. Okay. Let's do this. Stand-up mirror, shattered and knocked over. Real glass. No screens or cameras here. It was hit hard. Hard enough to come unattached from its arm, while shards of glass were scattered. Far enough to land on the victim's body. What a mess. Inspect. Seems like this vase got tossed aside at some point. And yet there's not a scratch on it. Must be pretty damn durable. Isn't art supposed to be delicate? Maybe it's making a statement. Let's see what else is there to... Here we go. The murder weapon. A revolver. Found right next to the body. 6 empty casings found in each of the 6 chambers, meaning the gun's been fired 6 times. Looks like the crime scene techs practically disassembled the damn thing. But all they found were fingerprints belonging to my client. So he was found by the police, with the murder weapon, right in front of the body. I don't even know where to start. Highly prejudicial would be an understatement. That's all the big-ticket items. What about the security? Looks like the apartment was unlocked all night. It's not uncommon for people their age in a neighborhood like this. But no signs of forced entry only hurts my client's case. What about the rest of the room? There's not much else flagged here. Just a lounge chair that got thrown and... whatever that is. Unidentified ceramic debris. Flag as irrelevant? That's their technical assessment? Guess even the crime scene techs weren't sure what to make of it. Okay. That's everything that the police highlighted. But did I miss anything? Always double check. The hell is that? Something in the victim's hand? How the hell did... It's just a pill organizer. Looks like some immune adjusters, NSAIDs, and... Triprexazone, a synthetic glucocorticoid medication. Taken daily to reduce rejection symptoms like phantom pain and generalized itch, so they had an organ transplant. Autopsy said her tox screen was clear, but not like it matters. She could have swallowed every medicine cabinet in the city and it still wouldn't change the cause of death. It's odd, but ultimately irrelevant. Everything else here is all very incriminating. But the kicker's everything that's not here. Played the anime, watched the game, and ate the rulebook, but I still don't feel like I got the full grasp of the lore of Cyberpunk. Honestly, I mean, Cyberpunk's a tabletop RPG. Well, it's originally a tabletop RPG. I mean, obviously there's now the game and the anime. But oftentimes those don't have, like, super defined small details in the lore because it's meant to let you play with it. It's meant to let you, like, experience it for yourself. And, like most tabletop RPGs, it's meant to leave a lot of the story and the details up to the individual player and dungeon master or whatever the equivalent is for Cyberpunk. Everything else here is all very incriminating, but the kicker is everything that's not here. No out-of-place DNA, footprints, crumbs. Nothing that points to anyone except my client. Well, I've done more with less before, but not much more. I'm really gonna have to sing for my supper this time. Better get start. Who the hell's messaging me at this time of night? First person who comes to mind is... I suppose it could be something important. Currently texting with Brat. Red. What couldn't wait till morning? Good news, of course. Got a job for you. That's a pretty cheery way to tell me you violated parole. Well, not that kind of job. Besides, I've been covering my tracks. This is something different. Kind of thing I can't handle with just a keyboard and a phishing scheme. I need you to sue my gym teacher. Not that kind of lawyer, sorry. Hey, at least let me finish. What did they do? Make me run laps. Even she looks unimpressed. Not illegal. Let me finish. They made me run laps. Even though I said I had a stomach ache. Said. Gotta be like youth endangerment. Depraved indifference or some kind of shit. Sounds like you've already got a strong case. Try self-representing this time. What's with the blow-off? Nice phrasing. Oh, wow, I'm laughing so hard right now. See? Is that your mugshot? I wasn't not gonna get a copy of my mugshot and use it as a reaction. Glad you found a use case. But I'm working right now, so... Anything cool? Homicide? Oh, cringe. Wait, what kind of homicide? Is it HPK? Is that the kind of morbid thing kids your age talk about? Teens, my age. And yeah, we can read. Compared to the corrupt shit in the headlines. Old-fashioned murder, like Hardy B's? Like, Hardy B. Oh my god. Is like, quaint. It's not heartbreak. Then why'd you take the job? You see that 98% conviction rate as a challenge or something? You take enough lost cause probe nose work? It's pro bono. That was autocorrect. You know they give lit homework for a reason, right? This is borderline concern nagging. Maybe you really are a bleeding heart. Or just a sucker. I'm not a sucker. Nice phrasing. You should go to bed, Fran. Tomorrow's Sunday. I can stay up if I want. Tomorrow is Sunday. Because today is Saturday. What's with the carpe diem shit? It's nearly 4 a.m., kid. You've got school in like 3 hours. Shit. Repeat offenders may be good for business. That kid's bad for my blood pressure. Important test message, I take it? Just your typical teenage drama. So then, if you wouldn't mind filling me in on a few details? Details, timeline, heartbreak, androids, and cops. So how about the basics? What exactly has my client been charged with? Your client, Carlos Baker Flat, was arrested at on the scene at 9:50 p.m. Using his middle name already. They really do think he's a serial killer. The charge being the first-degree murder of his girlfriend, a Miss Diane Dawn. First degree? That's increasingly rare. To say the least. It's rare for us to get handed anything but crimes of passion around here. For those of y'all don't know, first degree is intentional and premeditated. At least in the US, you generally get 3 degrees of murder. You generally get 3 degrees of murder. First degree is intentional and premeditated. Second degree is intentional but not premeditated. And third degree is accidental. Third-degree murder versus manslaughter is a little bit tricky of a distinction. I don't know enough about the exact particulars of the law to say exactly what it is. But yeah, so first degree is intentional and premeditated. That's the highest degree charge you can have, or highest degree murder charge you can have. So, like, a crime of passion would be a second degree. So, like, you intended to kill them, but you didn't, like, it wasn't intentional. Like, a crime of passion would be, like, walking in on someone. Like, you walk in on someone attacking your friend and you attack them back and kill them. That would be a crime of passion or second degree murder. City's got damn near more cameras than people. So you gotta be really, really stupid to try and get away with murder. Well, Heartbreak's gotten away with it 6 times. So what's that make him? 5 times. And that makes him insane. I was gonna go with extraordinary. Let's split the difference and say he's extraordinarily insane. But nutjobs like that aren't renowned for their ability to think ahead. So what makes you think this was premeditated? How about the fact that he stalked and killed 5 other women as a warm-up? A warm-up? 5 previous bullets, 5 previous victims. None of them knew each other, lived near each other, worked in the same fields. Weeks of digital autopsies crawling up and down their online profiles. Nothing. So this serial killer chose his victims at random. If they have nothing in common. Yeah, nothing in common at all. Other than that they all look like cousins. The physical similarities are striking. All 5 prior victims were young women with brown hair and eyes, about the same height, comparable weight. Well, those features aren't exactly uncommon. Could it be? Could it be a coincidence? If you really believe that, you should quit your job and start buying lotto tickets. HK's got himself a type. Anyone can see that. You're really gonna try and tell me you don't see the resemblance? A young woman, brown hair, brown eyes. Can't tell how tall she is from a portrait, but I can take the hint. So you think what, exactly? That Carlos Flat wanted to kill his girlfriend so badly, he went out and shot 5 other women first. Hey, if the shoe fits. If the shoe fits? Then you put the shoe on. What Sunshine means is that it's not uncommon for killers to displace their violence from people close to them onto outlets with fewer consequences. Drifters, loners, strangers, workers. He was probably building up the nerve for tonight by first practicing on those other similar women. Or he's just so far gone that he can't tell the difference anymore. It's not the worst theory in the world, but it doesn't fit. They want to claim those previous victims were practice runs, dress rehearsals for tonight's main event. But if that were the case, there'd have been signs of hesitation, nerves. There'd have been mistakes. On top of which, guns are impersonal. Execution shots even more so. There's no sadism or hatred or intimacy in a single bullet to the heart. Killing your girlfriend or her lookalikes usually is, if nothing else, a lot less sterile, if you ask me. Oh. So she has some sort of personal connection to the Heartbreak Killer, would be my guess. I saw the time of death was 9 p.m. on the autopsy, but do you have a timeline for the rest of the night's events? Can't trust much of what comes out of his mouth. But we've managed, thanks to less biased sources. And we're pretty confident about what we've been able to piece together from their statements. So, they interviewed witnesses. Sounds eerily similar to real police work. The suspect and his girlfriend were arguing loudly, with another starting around 8 p.m. Didn't she have an eye patch? Or maybe it just has something to do with the eye implant. Neighbors were very clear about that part. Couldn't wait to tell us all about the happy couple's domestic problems. Everyone in the building knew they'd been fighting for weeks. As you probably gathered from what you saw in the arcs, there was a struggle. Furniture turned over, glass shattered. But things go quiet sometime before 9 p.m. And then there's a gunshot. Scrubbers are still scrubbing, looking for audio from the area to get a timestamp. But we heard from enough concerned citizens to be pretty damn sure about the time. Right, emergency services got a burst of calls from the block shortly after 9 p.m. No one seemed to recognize the sound for what it was, but the silence that followed was pretty universally alarming. Officers arrive on the street at 9:08 p.m., establish a perimeter, enter through the open front door at 9:10 p.m., and they find your client, crouched over his dead girlfriend, his hand covered in her blood. Oh. That's important because there wasn't blood on the gun, was there? At which point they move to secure the scene and the suspect. Sorry. Did you say his hand, singular? Your client's modded. Cybernetic right arm. How modded are we talking about here? Registered with a Howl 85 habilis, industrial grade, looks like. Says he's spec'd for dexterous manipulation of up to class 4 KPA, which means a maximum grip strength of, well, basically, he could crush your neck without even gritting his teeth. Considering a career change? No, it's not that. It's just, your eye must be very sensitive for you to put the patch back on each time. Okay, so she did have an eye patch. I wasn't. And here I thought you just had a 14-year-old sense of fashion. You'd think a cop would cover up her dominant eye because it was fashionable? Okay, so it's her dominant eye. I actually thought the same thing the first time we met. You what? But getting back on track, that arm of his has been in the shop for some time now. He can't work without it. Money got tight. The arguing? Yeah. When did he put his arm in for repairs? 8 days before HK's first victim was killed. Well, no chance they'll be willing to chalk that up to coincidence. Your client was arrested on the scene after a preliminary scan found his fingerprints on the revolver. And no one else's. A revolver? What kind? The old kind. The real old kind. More specifically, a Calver M54, 6-chambered, 10mm. Calver? How retro. You don't know the half of it. We're talking steel chamber, real gunpowder, mechanical firing pin, and no tags. No tags? How is that? Just how old are we talking here? Yep, 24/7 location data, timestamp trigger pulls, safety's coded to owner biometrics. For the past 3 days, tags have made shooting crimes very unambiguous. So you're claiming my client used some kind of antique to commit these crimes? How else do you think he'd gotten away with it 5 other times? If he tried to buy a gun legit, he'd probably fail the very first psych check. And even jailbroken pieces are only good for so long before update withdrawal sets in. So then, M54, that's model year 2054. A 30-year-old gun. Well, that sure complicates things, doesn't it? In some ways, sure. But pre-tagging firearms are rare. Gotta be less than 1,000 of them left in the whole country, and fewer still compatible bullets. The ammunition would have to be over 30 years old, too. The novelty of his weapon has kept us in the dark so far. But now that we have our hands on it, it's gonna put him away for good. Archive department complained loud as hell about how deep they had to dig. But with the protocols they found, the techs were able to match the rifling marks on all 6 bullets to the gun your client was found with. Rifling marks? Bullets fired from guns that old are marked by the barrel's shape. So if all 6 bullets had the same rifling marks, we know that they were all fired by the same gun. It's not as plug-and-play as tags are, but it's equally precise science, I assure you. And if that's not damning enough, the spent casings from the other 5 shootings were still in the chamber. Without even needing to reload. The Calver your client was found with is the gun HK used to kill 6 women. No way to lawyer around that. But there is a way to lawyer around whether or not he was the one to actually use the gun, is what I'm already seeing. My cold read on this crime is corporate cover-up, like 6 victims of similar description reads as clones in this setting. See, I'm not reading corporate cover-up. I'm reading some kind of revenge, or some sort of, like, quote-unquote them getting what the killer thinks they deserved, but in a detached way. It's not personal. If, assuming Morgan's analysis of it's right. An untagged gun. Just being anywhere near a weapon like that could warrant your arrest. Being found by the police over a dead body with an untagged gun used at 5 other crime scenes is just... To summarize, then, you believe that my client fought verbally, then physically with his girlfriend. And then he retrieved this weapon and shot her? Yeah, pretty much. How did he look when the officers found him? Guilty. How was his affect? Quiet, detached, stiff. Not exactly the picture of a grieving partner. That reaction may have lost him points with the cops, but beyond that, people react to loss in all kinds of unusual ways. And so as long as the police are suspicious of you, there's no right way to grieve. Heartbreak, androids, and cops. Checking my phone here, and I have to say, you've done a pretty admirable job keeping the details of HK's crimes a secret. The less reputable sites are doing some real journalistic acrobatics trying to piece together a story. Yeah, top 11 theories on who hurt HK was a real weighty read. It's not just journalists, though. All kinds have been emboldened. The freaks that HK's managed to bring out of the woodwork in just a few weeks. Can you blame him, though? I mean, he's a genuine serial killer. Repeat offenders in general are an endangered species, but he's gotten away with... We know what he's gotten away with. Take a look around us, Detective. National DNA Registry is robust enough that cases never go cold. Cameras on every street, a phone on every citizen. Violent crime at an all-time low and clearance rates at all-time highs. But, you gonna spout some alt-pol bullshit about invasion of privacy? No, I'm not. People are safer now than at any other time in history, detectives. So, when someone like Heartbreak does come along... Good point. London's trying to look like he can laugh it off. But pressure from the higher-ups must be reaching its peak. They want, maybe need, to see someone charged. And that makes them predictable. I'm not entirely sure if I like Morgan as a character, but she is definitely interesting. Like, there is... I mean, well, we can read her thoughts, but even then there's definitely more to her than even we're getting shown. Yeah, well, even if there's nothing standard about HK, Department SOP still dictates we starve the media for case details. That way, when we do feed them, they're grateful for whatever scraps they get. But we can't take all the credit this time around. Homicide's tight-knit and tight-lipped, but it's not like there's much information for us to leak in the first place. And why's that? Because none of the shootings were caught on the opt-in crime surveillance system. How is that even possible? I know that there are some rough areas in the lower wards, but Optics is watching every other street in the entire city. You're saying you haven't seen this killer on camera once? You'd think we'd have let him kill 6 people if we did. I understand your concern, ma'am, but Optics is only what it says in the name. Private surveillance systems signing up to feed into the state's security network. It's not perfect, just another one of the many public safety tools in our belt. It's not meant to be perfect, it's meant to help us solve crimes. Or at least act as a deterrent. One would hope so. Fat chance. Deterrents are for war rooms and board meetings. Anyone crazy or desperate enough to commit a crime in a city like this couldn't care less about anything as vague as the consequences of their actions. It's like a safety blanket, one with very few holes left in it. But it does have holes. Patching up those remaining holes takes effort, and that effort usually means rebooting the system. There's all kinds of technical details and digital bureaucracy involved. But the end result is that there are occasional, localized blackouts. and the math used to schedule them is not impossible to predict. I see. But those windows of opportunity are small and short. Taking advantage of them requires specific knowledge. You need to be involved in law enforcement, pub data, or city planning. They'd have mentioned it if my client was a cop, and he wouldn't have needed a public defender either. His files say he's modded for heavy mass manipulation, not tech interfacing, so that just leaves city planning. So, does he work construction for the city? HK's only ever struck at times and locations where optics would be down. Even with the devil's own luck, can't possibly be coincidence. Wait. So you're saying when this woman was killed? Yeah, there was a blackout from around 8 to 9 tonight. Right on schedule, so to speak. And it included the area surrounding the victim's apartment. Well, what about DNA from other crime scenes? Was my client a match? There's no blood, no saliva, no suspect DNA at any of the crime scenes. No footage and no forensics? Also no motives, tampering, or witnesses. It's been like hunting a damn ghost. We didn't even have a murder weapon. Until now. Finally, a lucky break for the boys in blue. Scanners, cams, drones, forensics. No matter how you dress it up with tech, all detective work relies on one basic assumption. People make mistakes. But HK is the kind of monster who doesn't make mistakes. Only reason we even caught him tonight was because he finished what he had set out to do all along. So was my client on the list of suspects before tonight? Weren't you listening? There was no list of suspects. We questioned some X's, a few CIs. Someone even spoke to one or two unlisted at some point. Nothing came of it. There was talk about starting on some sort of psych eval or something, but I never expected much to come of that. There's just not enough there to work with. In other words, the only thing they could have to link my client to those killings is the murder weapon. If I can jostle that keystone, then the rest of their case should start to come loose as well. Androids and cops. By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you're light on staff. It's 3 a.m. Were you expecting a parade? Thought there'd be at least a few androids around. Aren't many androids in any police station this week. Not while the brass is renegotiating contracts. Contracts with Noble? Good guess. Hardly. They're the biggest robotics corp there is. Could spend all day in Center City without leaving their office's shadow. Yes, we're very fortunate to have them headquartered here. Saves us some money on shipping, at least. But these talks never last that long. And I'm sure they'll be back to writing checks for Noble ads by the end of the week. Even with Noble pushing those warm androids? Warm. Ugh. Might as well call it the adult line. Might see him in the bigger departments or out on patrol, but not around these offices. Warm or cold, there's just no such thing as an android detective. Yet. Yet? Really? Yet? You really think that'll happen? We already use ads for patrolling, securing the scene, pacifying crowds. Doesn't seem like that big a stretch to me. You're joking, right? Android detectives? With all the pain we go through getting witnesses to talk to us? With your warm personality? I can't imagine. Cop knocks on your door, starts asking questions, you're gonna be put in a bad mood. An ad knocks on your door, calls you a degenerate criminal in a synthesized voice loud enough for the whole neighborhood to hear. You're gonna start posting shit that'll get you put on a list. Well, we certainly don't want that. But flesh and blood witnesses are becoming less and less common anyway. Cameras, sensors, satellites. We already get all our facts from machines. Give it a few more years, it might make sense to let machines do the investigating too. The police union wouldn't let that happen. She needn't have specified. It's the only real union there is anymore. Thanks for the chat, detectives. I think I understand the background well enough now. Candidly, I see the same strokes you do, and the picture it paints isn't pleasant. But even so, it seems a bit unrefined to be brought before a judge, don't you think? Hey, it's only our job to catch the bastard. DA is the one who gets the conviction. Besides, I missed that. And why is that? Because we found a handwritten confession at his desk. You didn't think to mention that beforehand? Well, that's, unexpected. I'm sorry. You're not telling me that he wrote a confession? Has it been verified? Not yet. We have to muscle past everyone in fraud and disinfo to get to the front of that line. Why bother? The note's covered in his fingerprints. There's a copy in the discovery data, but I should warn you. It doesn't exactly make for light reading. I'll have to manage somehow. I need to see this confession for myself. Sorry for everything. Can't say it enough. Didn't mean to hurt you or do what I did. Did not want any of it to happen. Can't stay in control when I get mad. When I'm not in control, I hurt people without meaning to. Wish I hadn't broken them. Didn't mean to at first. But I was hurting. Wanted you to hurt too, but didn't want to hurt you. Words aren't enough, I know. Words aren't enough. I know that now. I'll take responsibility and do what I've been avoiding. Please forgive me. That was difficult to read. Barely legible, in fact. Well, got a spin on that. No need, but it's a confession. Not a confession that he's signed, though, is it? Not yet. And not one he intends to sign anytime soon, considering that he asked for representation. Yeah, the most wanted man in the city asked for a lawyer, and got you. Guess you're both lucky. Hardly. I just happened to be awake when the call went out. But I'm not so flush with work that I can afford to turn tail now. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go and speak with my client. What? He's not still handcuffed in there, is he? Look, counselor, with all due respect, we have strong evidence pointing to that man being responsible for 6 murders. 2 hours or so in cuffs isn't cruel or unusual. And that's for your safety as well. It's kind of you to worry, but I doubt I'll be in any danger. He's killed 6 women. None of them were redheads. Seriously, though, I'd like to speak with him alone now. Camera's off, if you don't mind. Mic's on or off is your call, counselor. But we'll be watching the feed from right outside in case anything happens. And the cuff, that is, stays on. That worried about me? How chivalrous. Yeah, my armor's practically blinded. Gross. I'll start up the unlock cycle. Counselor, just one last word of advice. If you have any interest in his well-being, I suggest you help him sign that confession. Not a bad idea. I do get paid either way. But the defense part of defense attorney isn't just for show, detective. I mean it. 6 people dead is one thing, but he's also caused weeks of widespread terror and public unrest. Putting it another way, he's made the state look bad. That's a capital crime if there ever was one. And even if the death penalty's not actually on the table these days, I can guarantee he's not going to like whatever rehabilitation plan they draw up for him. Look, I've seen the virtual work release program in person, and it's being challenged before the Supreme Court. Yeah, sometime in the next decade, maybe. Just remember, a plea deal might feel like a loss for you, but if it keeps him from, well, that's probably a win for your client, right? Prison sentences are generally lighter for those who plead guilty, that much is true. Saves the courts a great deal of time and money, and they show their gratitude with reduced sentencing. But no one will ever be grateful towards the heartbreak killer. Anyone convicted for killing 6 people, they'll never rest their mind another day in their life. 3:35 p.m. or a.m. June 5th, 2086. Even perfect crimes have perfect flaws. Death Note the musical. God, I forgot that I know it's not an official adaptation, but still I forgot that there's a musical of it. It's depressing as hell in here. They need to liven this place up. Carlos Flat, right? Hope you don't mind if I get comfortable. We've got a lot to cover. But this shouldn't take all night. What are you... Look, I already told you people I didn't... I'm not a cop, Carlos. Furthest thing from it. I'm a lawyer. Your lawyer, in fact. And I'm here to help you. Yeah, well... They said that too. All of them did. Back there, in here. Kept repeating it the whole ride over. They said that they were going to help me. That they knew this was all a mistake. Then they said that I killed... Acting like they were on my side. And they thought that I could have... It's not their job to help you, Carlos. But it is mine. And I'm here now. He's still in shock. I need more information, but if I approach this the wrong way, he'll just clam up even more. I'm sure you're exhausted. It's probably difficult to think, let alone speak. But I'd like you to try and answer a few questions. The police already questioned you, I'm sure. But they were treating you as a suspect, not as a client. Okay. So what do you want to know? About you, about the victim, about the murder. About you, to start. Let's start simple. Something mundane, grounded, rote. I'd like to know a bit more about you first, Carlos. Something like, what line of work are you in? I'm with city engineering. Or I was, or I should be. As I thought. The police must be convinced he mapped the optics blackout using data he stole from work. My arm, I got it slotted for the job. And, Carlos, I'm gonna need more than that. So what do I know? He works in city engineering, not a desk job. If he wasn't able to be on the job without his arm, then he would have had a hard time getting the data. Reyes said he was modded for work, and that arm must be in custody at the moment. But based on his shoulder, it'd have to be pretty... utilitarian, I think. Utilitarian. Yeah. He doesn't strike me as the type who's enamored with the aesthetics of modding. The young and the restless, and the rich, swapping in neon and chrome limbs because they like the way it looks. Or the way it makes other people start looking at them. No, he's pragmatic, grounded, and very unlucky. In which case, I should be too. You know, my brother wanted to mod. Really? Really? I don't even have a brother. He had everything planned out, a whole career path of promotions and bonuses and the upgrades they'd afford him. Then came his 18th birthday present. Test results politely informing him that he's not a viable candidate. That sucks. I think he felt relieved, actually. Seemed like it was a weight off his chest. Like he was glad that he didn't have to choose. Does that make any sense? Yeah, I think it does. I always figured if I'd start at all, I'd start small. A hand or an eye. Test the waters. Never thought about lobbing my whole damn arm off, but the recruiter was enthusiastic. He said because of the NCDA, there was financial aid and resources. Of course, that got shit-canned. So now me and every other modder is royally screwed. Couldn't even let me keep the tax credit. The New Citizens with Disabilities Act was amended, not repealed. But I doubt he'd appreciate the distinction at the moment. I worked the tighter spaces, the high-volt environments mostly, canopy upkeep. Typical stuff for modders, you know? He's speaking freely now. Don't need to do much more than repeat his words back to him to keep him talking. But the right word choice here or there can still make a difference. You work on the canopy? You must be... under a lot of pressure? You must be under a lot of pressure now that the subways are cordoned off. Damn straight. And this crap with Long? Once word got out that the case against him was real, every other desk job in the chain became terrified of their own shadow. All of them convinced that Eternal Affairs is going to come knocking if they misplace so much of the paperclip. Everything by the book means no room for compromise, no room for problem solving. No room for engineering. Yeah. And no patience for screw-ups. He's trying very hard not to look at his shoulder. Why aren't you wearing your prosthetic right now, Carlos? Yeah, that. Rejection issues starting last month. A lot of sleepless nights. Rejection? Did the therapy not take? It's not like that. I wasn't oozing pus out of my sockets or anything. Ew. Then, do these rejection issues have anything to do with your scars? Not in the way you're thinking. I'm right-handed. So those cuts on his face are just from shaving? Never thought this would go on so long. I'd have to relearn how to do everything. I mean, the problem started small, trembling, but then spasms. Just oversensitivity, they said. An easy fix. But the problem got bigger. Couldn't let it get that far. Need to be able to trust your own hands when you're on a job site. Drop a cutter at the wrong moment and people could get hurt. That's reminiscent of the confession note. So I sat down, made an appointment, turned in my arm, and watched my case get placed at the back of the damn line. Where did you turn it in? Some mass turnaround chop shop with a waiting list like you wouldn't. Doesn't sound like you're a happy customer. Hell no. We'd found a dozen other clinics with shorter wait times, but as long as I'm renting and not owning, the manufacturer decides where your arm gets maintenance. And that's why I'm sitting here with this expensive-ass stump for a shoulder. I haven't been able to work in weeks. Bosses were generous enough to say my position might still be there when I've got 2 working arms again. Couldn't buy or rent a replacement yourself, just in the meantime? I serve at the pleasure of the state. And they've got exclusivity contracts with Hindi, all locked up white-knuckle tight. Hindi? Howl Industries? As I recall, he's registered with one of their habilis models. If I took one step on site with uninsured tech, forget the fines, I'd lose the down payment and my arm. And I'd never work in this city again. If this was last quarter, maybe I could have worked something out with management, but like I said, no one's sticking their neck out for anyone now that Long's in hot shit. You mentioned discomfort. Are you in pain? Pain will come and go. It's the itches that'll kill you. And the phantoms come back pretty fast when I don't have anything arm-shaped attached to me. Didn't they give you something to, well, wear in the meantime? Something the clinics lend out for cases like this? What they gave me is a dead-weight, 3-jointed, landfill-bait piece of shit. Sorry, it's just... It's a very shitty feeling, having a part of your body that you know they cut corners on. It fits, it's compatible. Technically, I could slot it in and feel on balance again. But the fingers don't even bend, and the quick twitch motors are way off. It's like walking around with your arm asleep, or dead. So were you wearing it when you were arrested? Were you wearing it when you were arrested? No, I wasn't. But I'm pretty sure I saw the police bagging it as evidence, so can't have gotten too far. So Detective Reyes was being quite literal about how he was found. He had the victim's blood on his left arm only, because at the time in question, he didn't even have a right. No inconsistencies in the story so far, and he's opened up about as well as can be expected. But this has all been just a warm-up, for the both of us. Now comes the delicate part. Carlos, you and the victim were romantically involved. How long did you two know each other? Right. I've known her since college. We shared a few classes, some mutual friends. Always got along. Eventually, we just got together at some point. Guess I never actually asked her out the real formal way. Sounds pretty cowardly saying that out loud. Diane, she was in genetics. Focused her studies on agriculture. Always takes them a few tries to get used to using past tense. Just finished her post-grad work this year. Got hired right out the gate. Practically headhunted, you believe that? Practically headhunted. Of course she was. Any company'd be lucky to have her, unlike... It was a real-ass job. Paid real-ass money, too. So her career was starting to pan out. Right as yours had fallen into the mother of all slumps. Where was she hired? Pedigree? No. Perigee Laboratories. I say that like the name matters. The whole setup's under Harco's umbrella. That doesn't narrow it down. The Harvest Corporation grows a third of the soybeans and corn in the entire country. One client that size, the lab wouldn't need any others. Now, no corporation earns the mega prefix without a little throat cutting, but Harco is about as unsexy as big business can get. Predictable, like the seasons. No one's gonna buy that they had some lab tech murdered because of corporate greed. Had she adjusted well to her new job? Yeah, they loved having her there. She never mentioned arguments or disputes? Corporate politics getting rough? I don't think so. Not like I've been a good listener lately. But I never got the impression that she... Look, no one I know could do this to her. And there's nothing she could have done that would deserve what happened to her. Was a long shot, hoping for a disgruntled character from her past to shift blame onto. But with no other suspects, I can't just reshuffle the detective's suspicions. I'll have to disprove their argument entirely. Thank you, Carlos. That was very helpful. It was? Now, I'd like you to try and tell me whatever you can about what happened tonight. Oh. Start at the beginning and take your time. The details are important. All right, Miss, Morgan. I'll try, Morgan. When you're ready. We were arguing. We had been arguing a lot lately. Arguing about stupid stuff. I haven't been working, haven't been making money. Haven't been pulling my weight. I was mad at myself, but more than that, I was jealous of her. Jealous over nothing. Jealous over goddamn money. The reports say you were arguing around 8 p.m.? 8? Yeah, must have been when we started. We got into it and I said a lot of things that I shouldn't have. And I said one thing that I really, really shouldn't have. I crossed a line and we both knew it, so I left. You left? Yeah, walked out the front door. Thought some fresh air would do me good. Thought some fresh air might help me cool off. Help me figure out what to say to make it up to her. Of course, the air wasn't fresh, just humid, thick like mud. And while I was pissing away the time, Diane was... Did you bring your phone with you? Or any other electronics? No. I kinda stormed off. Didn't even take my key fobs. Didn't even lock the door behind me. With optics down, traffic and street-level cameras won't help him. That leaves... Did you go through a checkpoint or talk to anyone with modded eyes? Did you buy anything, cash or credit? No, not even a vending machine. Not even a damn vending machine, huh? I may have met my match. How can anyone be this unlucky? That's quite unfortunate. She talks like she knows it's not him, like she knows for sure. So, again, that adds to my theory that she has some sort of relationship to the killer. I just wanted quiet at the time. Wanted to wallow in it, really. Sorry if I don't have all the details quite right. My head is... But if my exact route would help, the cams probably... What? What is it? Optics was... What? Can that even happen? And there's no other proof that you were out at the time Diane was killed. Meaning you've got no alibi. This can't... Listen, I didn't do this. I couldn't... Carlos. I'm the one person you don't have to try and convince. After all, I'm your lawyer. So let's just get it all out there and see what we've got to work with. Right. Now, you said you left to clear your head. So what made you come back? I came back because I heard a noise. A loud noise. Didn't know what it was. But it was loud and it scared me. And it came from the direction of our apartment. I was walking back at first. But at some point, I must have started running, because when I got back, I was so out of breath, and when I saw that the front door was open, something dropped in my chest, and my lungs wouldn't... Morgan does wear gloves. Okay. See, I'm starting to think that Morgan herself might be the killer. She doesn't seem to mind if her clients are guilty. Yes, but she talks like she knows he can't be guilty. Like, there was never any presumption of guilt from her on. There was never any presumption of guilt on her part. And for a case with as much seemingly compelling evidence, that speaks to the fact that she either knows who the killer is or knows it can't be him for some reason. Speaking of which, she does wear gloves. And I'm starting to think that she might be the killer herself, to be entirely honest. She was up late at night. And specifically, when she was texting the kid, or the teenager specifically asked her why she would take a case if it didn't have to do with the Heartbreak Killer. Meaning that she's somehow invested in this as well. You live on the first floor, right? Yeah, a first floor apartment, street-facing entrance. We were proud of that when we first moved in. Like it was some kind of big deal. From the hallway I saw her, but I didn't realize. I never thought that she was... Lights were off, the whole room was a mess. I thought we had been robbed, or she had fallen, or there was broken glass, furniture knocked over. And she was... I called her name and she didn't move. Checked her pulse and she was still warm. Her blood was warm. And I saw the gun. It looked so heavy, but I thought it had to be fake because I didn't want it to be real. Is that why you picked it up? What? Pick it up? I didn't touch that thing. I didn't shoot her, damn it. Doing what I do, you hear a lot of lies. White lies, blatant lies, hasty lies. Bad lies, especially. For me, it's always been easy to spot a lie, but it can be hard to know what to do about it. I have all the proof I need in my files, but he's nervous and defensive. And none of this works if he doesn't trust me. Stay up to date on the details of evidence by checking your phone. If your clients notice that you don't know what you're talking about, they'll stop giving you any credit. You did touch the gun, Carlos. That's just a fact, because his fingerprints are on it. It's a fact that your fingerprints are on that gun. What? But I didn't do this. I wasn't thinking. I was just... Carlos. All I'm saying is that you picked it up. That's all. Would you believe me if I said I didn't realize it was a gun? That explains how his prints got on the gun. But not in a way that would satisfy the police. Still, if all he did was hold the gun... So stupid. I know what a gun looks like. But seeing it in my own home right in front of... You were in shock, Carlos. You still are. The police came in sometime after that. I don't remember much of what they said. Things started moving fast, it seemed like. The rest of my night went probably the way you'd expect. Carlos, you admit to having a verbal argument with Diane, but you said you were surprised to see the room trashed when you got back. To clarify, you're saying that you two never got a physical fight. What? Physical? We never fought like that. Did the police say that we did? They assumed as much. Which means they also assumed the room was disheveled well before the shooting occurred. Considering what Carlos has told me, what else did they assume? What is it? I'd like you to take a look at something for me. The crime scene. Oh. It's an AR module built from the data taken as the police entered, so... Right, it's just that. Just data, Carlos. No grisly details. Okay. Let me see it. Good way to guarantee clients, but then what's the motive if that's the case? I suppose we'll find out. She did say something about the heartbreak killer never being appreciated or something along those lines. She did. I didn't catch that. But again, it would definitely be in character. Take your time. Alright, I think I've got it. That's how the police found things. Now close your eyes and think back to how the room looked when you left. Try and focus on what's out of place. Alright? I'll take notes. You just say whatever comes to mind. I don't remember exactly where everything was, but, well, the mirror was upright, of course. And that clock was still on the wall. The chair got knocked over at some point, and the bed got tossed, the cushions torn. And the urn fell. Other than that... No. Sorry. That's all that stands out to me. He's lying. There's something else. I see. Like so? What's wrong? Something out of place? Carlos, you need to trust your instinct. If anything seems off, don't be afraid to speak up. It's just, I guess I just assumed your notes would be making edits to the AR. Well, I suppose that works too. Sorry, I didn't mean... I think your drawing was pretty good considering... I'd like to change the subject now, Carlos. Right. Let's talk about the letter that was found on your desk. Letter? What do you mean? I mean this letter here. Do you recognize it? Because the police are calling it a confession. A confession? But this is just a note to self. Pardon? Look, when we fight, I lose my temper. I say things I don't mean to. So this morning I tried writing things down so I'd have a script to stick to. So I could apologize to her instead of just fighting with her. Carlos, you say in the note that you hurt them? That's... I broke her fidget tubbies. Her what? Her what? Her fidget tubbies. They're these collectible ceramic character things. They're supposed to be, like, tactile. You use them as paperweights or conversation starters. Conversation starters? She loved those little things. They're not worth a damn. You can buy them at any flea market or garage sale, but they meant a lot to her. And I broke them. I mean, I was pissy at the time, but that goddamn piece of shit rental arm, I hardly know where I'm swinging half the time. Got so angry I just ripped it off and tossed it in my room, that cheap, dusty, worthless... Okay, let's say he did break her frigiduckies with his replacement arm. What does that change? Nothing at the moment. There's not enough detail in the note for me to prove what his intent was when he sat down to write it. But if the police insist on claiming it's a confession for the heartbreak killings anyway, couldn't even bother to sweep them up, I felt so. Alright, Carlos, thanks for answering my questions. Now I'm going to call the police back in here and I'm going to get this cleared up for you. What? That's it? That's it? Oh, okay. Although before I do that, I do have to ask, what do you know about the heartbreak killer? Heartbreak? You mean that psycho that was trending all month? I mean, as much as anyone, I guess. I haven't been getting out much, but I'm sure everyone's on edge with a guy like that out there. He shoots people through the heart, right? The police have kept the victim's appearances far away from any upstanding news sources. So unless he was already following the murders, Carlos wouldn't notice any resemblance to his girlfriend. It was when she was talking about how confessing is appreciated because it means less busy work, but heartbreak wouldn't be given that appreciation because they made the state look dumb. Oh. Yeah. Although I don't really think that's so much about him not being, like, underappreciated as in people not respecting him so much as the state's not going to... If they believe he's the heartbreak killer, the state's not going to give him any sort of any sort of leniency because he made them look dumb. I mean, she was shot in the chest, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? If he's this slow on the uptake, it's gonna be a real shock when those officers walk in here and accuse him of being a serial killer. I'll just have to squash that theory. as quickly and definitively as possible. 4:04 a.m., June 5th, 2086. I didn't realize you could smoke in here. Technically, I can smoke wherever I want. For a fee. Huh. I guess so. Nervous? Don't be. I'm the one who's on the clock. Right. I'm sure this isn't your first time doing this. No, of course not. It will be my first homicide defense, though. Oh. Why does everyone always think the first time's so goddamn important? Hey, cheer up. I've got relevant experience in other areas. Oh. And, what areas are those? You ever gamble, Carlos? No ma'am. I never go anywhere near loot boxes. Won't touch the stuff. I meant more like playing cards. Oh. Well, then, no to that, too. I've actually got pretty terrible luck. Could have fooled me. Well, what I do is a lot like poker, Carlos. Poker's nice because even if you're dealt nothing but crap all night long, you can still win. Which makes things pretty fun. Okay, so, do you have a good poker face? I like to think so. And are you lucky? Only when the stakes are high. And, in this metaphor, we're playing poker. And the state's the dealer? If only. No. The state's more like the house. You mean, like, the house always wins? Yes. They're very good at it. Winning, I mean. That's why they're up there and we're down here. That's why they're the house. So what do? We play the cards we're dealt, as best as we can. Win more hands than we lose. Keep it up, and eventually, someone will come over and tap the dealer on the shoulder and whisper something in their ear. And then we'll be politely asked to leave. That doesn't sound very triumphant. The house always wins. So our definition of victory is more like, don't lose. Thanks, Morgan. But I guess I was more asking, like, what should I say? Just leave all the talking to me. So that's the strategy? What's up? You know, there's a saying about gamblers with strategies. Yeah. Ready to confess yet? Because I already woke up the DA. Already? She must be new. The district attorneys have final say on whether or not a case is brought to trial. Only fair, since they're the ones who end up having to actually prove the damn thing. Most of them prefer simple guilty pleas over long, protracted trials. And they all dislike having their time wasted. Unfortunately, then you'll have to call them back, because my client is not guilty. And frankly, I'm not even sure you have enough to hold him here. Right. What she said. You've got a weird sense of humor, counselor. Different generations, I guess. Before my time, kind of thing. I'm very serious when it comes to defending a man's innocence, detective. Counselor, we have your client's written confession. His written confession. Let's start there. Okay, we'll be happy to. The thrust of every argument starts with the facts. What's already known and agreed upon. Public knowledge for every player at the table. Still, it stuck out to me as weird. Mostly the wording and how isolated the phrase was. Fair, although I think Morgan's the killer. I think she has a grudge against the state. I think those two things are largely independent of each other. I think she would have a grudge against the state regardless of whether she was the killer or not, and she would probably be the killer regardless of whether she had a grudge against the state beforehand or not. It's pretty simple, counselor. Real paint-by-numbers stuff. See, we found a note at his apartment, with his fingerprints on it, apologizing for how he hurt them all so bad. Now how are you planning on spinning that? Those are the facts, but I've been building up my hand all night. And now I've got the weapons to answer anything they try and throw at me. Well, my client did write that note, and it was an apology, but not for murder. He was apologizing for: analyze the facts as they're laid out, then thumb through the responses in your hand. Drag and drop the card that best answers the argument on the right. You can mouse over your opponent for a reminder on what the key point is. Alright. Revolver. Ceramic crap. Her western window, or near western window. He was simply apologizing for this. The hell is that? I found myself asking that exact question. What are we looking at here? Something from the crime scene? This diagram of the room. It's created from data you captured, right? Pure, non-GMO, augmented reality crime scene data, yeah. What's non-GMO? Not much these days. Noticing anything out of place? Yeah, the whole room's full of busted shit. It's the scene of a murder. Full of busted shit, for sure. But I was more referring to the unidentified ceramic debris found on the western side of the room. The hell is that? Ceramic debris, huh? Must be from the vase that got tossed. Actually, that's not possible. Because that vase wasn't damaged. It's not possible for that debris to have come from the vase, because the vase wasn't damaged. The vase is still pristine. How is that possible? The lady at the garage sale told me it was so old and delicate. Damn it, the one time I tried to thrift shop on my own. Well, so what? Does it even matter? If the vase doesn't have a scratch on it, then the debris must have come from somewhere else. That debris is what my client wrote that apology over. You're saying that the confession was his apology for not vacuuming? I am, because that pile of rubble is all that remains of the victim's collection of fidget tubbies. What he said. Mr. Flat broke the victim's ceramic figures by accident. And this impassioned note to self was just his attempt at scripting out an apology. Can you prove that? We're taking this seriously? As much as I wish we weren't. We're all in agreement that my client wrote that note. And we can all plainly see that there's ceramic debris at the crime scene. Now, since it couldn't have come from the vase, it must have come from the collectibles. Simple, right? The hell are you on about? The entire room was trashed, as the arch clearly shows. Those fidget tubbies must have gotten pulverized during the struggle, too. You're really gonna claim he sat down to write an apology for breaking her toys after gunning her down? Not a bad train of thought, but I can do better. No, those collectibles were destroyed much earlier than that, and there's proof. Oh, this. It's in police custody. Just take a closer look at the rental you took into custody. Huh? One swipe of your finger should show exactly how devastating it was to the fickle buddy ecosystem. It's fidget tubbies. Whatever. You did take it into custody. I'm sure your techs found ceramic debris on it, yes? Now that you mention it. Fine, whatever. He broke them with his arm. While he was killing her. Happy? Overjoyed, because even a cheap arm's got an operating system that had logged the last time it was worn, right? Right. See, I happened to spot a footnote on the lab report. Said the rental hadn't been used since the AM. Whose side are you on, old man? It's gotten pretty late, Sunshine. Just trying to save us all some time where I can. The two leading theories in my head are avant-garde rebellion or corporate mercenary doing double time. See, I think she's definitely got... I don't necessarily think she's currently a corporate mercenary. I think she definitely could have been one in the past, and she's got the grudge to corroborate that. But I doubt she is currently, or she wouldn't be taking jobs for extra money. Well, thank you for your service. Well, thank you for your service. Are you seriously buying this crap? Just look at how scrawled, how panicked that note is. You expect me to believe he was that upset over a fidget tubby collection? One that hasn't even been graded? Ha! She's a collector. Setting aside Detective Reyes' surprising depth of knowledge when it comes to collectibles, you're correct. They held no real monetary value. It would be odd for Carlos to be so shaken over their loss. But so what? After all, that's not panic you're seeing on that page. It's because he wrote it with his left hand. No, the only reason that note looks the way it does is because Carlos is right-handed. Because Carlos is right-handed. Yes, I am. Did they not know that? Shouldn't that be on my permanent record or something? So the reason why that note looks like an asylum wall scribbles is just because he had to use his left hand to write it. I tend to think better writing than typing. And I need to get used to using my left anyway. I just thought it could be good practice. Taking that into account alongside the ceramics, your slam dunk confession is looking about as watertight as a fishnet. Okay, fine. Forget about the confession. Congratulations, counselor. We've established that your client's remorseless. Now let's get back to the reality of the situation. Here are the facts. We found your client at the scene of the crime, wearing a coat covered in the victim's blood, right next to a big old goddamn gun that just so happened to have his fingerprints on it. That's right, that coat is. What, you're gonna claim it's not his, that he actually wears an extra small? She's trying to bait me, in her typical low-key fashion. As the arguments flow, you won't always have the stronger hand. Sometimes the best thing you can do is hold your tongue and avoid overcommitting. Take as little damage as possible and wait for a more favorable chance. She must have something, no sense playing into it. Something you'd like to ask me, Detective? I'm just curious, what'll it be next? You gonna tell me he actually wears an extra small? Stay or raise? He doesn't wear an extra small. Or raise. I guess I only have one option. Giancarlo's, do you? No. Yeah, sure there's no evil twin you've forgotten to mention? There's no evil twin. No, I'm afraid not. Not even gonna go for a mysterious third party at the scene of the crime. To prove his innocence, I will need to get there eventually. But not now. But going there now without hard evidence... I can prove a third party. I don't think I can prove a third party right now. Heartbreak killer, date of birth, everything's unknown. Occupation, criminal. Likes, killing. Dislikes, getting caught. Favorite color, probably red. Zodiac sign, probably not into astrology. Reward, suspended due to influx of false reports. I'm gonna go through all of my profiles and all of my evidence just in case before I raise her on it, because I don't know if I have hard evidence or not. July 8th, 189 centimeters, 94 kilograms, blood type B-, occupation civil engineer, likes airports, worn shoes, firm beds, dislikes cabs, musicals, cashews. Favorite flower is the poppy, student debt is sizable, and luck is poor. London. May 5th, 186 cm, 78 kilograms, B+. Homicide detective first class, likes photography, dive bars, bangs. Dislikes ties, pollen, after hours work messages. Listens to podcasts. Hobby, pencil sketching. Frequently running late. Reyes. October 19th. Height 162 centimeters. Weight 63 kilograms. Blood type A-. Occupation, homicide detective. Likes rice, limes, automotive history. Dislikes liars, small plates, cheap people. Enjoys watching product reviews. Bad at games of chance. Right eye, Osiris, elite. 86. Reading list, warm androids. I've read through this already. Evidence, here we go. Pill organizer. Revolver. Flat note. No. Fidget tubbies. No. Victim. Diane Dawn was a 27-year-old architectural genetics researcher. Shot through the heart in the bedroom. No known connection with previous victims. ARCS data. Victim was shot from the room's doorway. No unexpected DNA present. No unexpected crumbs present. No unexpected fingerprints. No digital tampering. Autopsy. Ballistic trauma. Class 4 blood loss. Single bullet. Death was instantaneous. Same handiwork as previous 5. Lab message to confirm ballistics match 2. Debris. Flats rental. Provided this model allows the bills is being repaired, Carlos discarded it in frustration after smashing the victim's collectibles and hasn't worn it since. The vase? Unremarkable ceramic vase. Flat statement. Glass shards? Flats prosthetic, maybe? The coat. I don't have any hard evidence at the moment. I have no evidence of a third person at this time. Damn right you don't. It's clear as day in the ARCs. No evidence of anyone but Carlos being there that night. So keep dreaming. Damn it, I lost credit. It was obvious she had something there. I wasn't gonna win that hand either way. But at least I didn't overstep and take any more damage than I had to. We're not contesting any of that, Detective. My client freely admits to holding that gun. He picked it up in confusion after coming home to find a brutal crime scene. Which was not smart. Hey, but not illegal either. And that's all? He had her blood all over his clothes. Yes, he did. Right. Do you have those clothes on hand, by the way? The lab finished with them a while ago. What are you getting at? It'll be easier to just show you. Would you mind getting them for me? You know what? Sure, I could use the fresh air. Stinks of bullshit in here anyway. And here I thought the room smelled like... Psst, Morgan, what are you doing? My coat's covered in her blood, I remember that much. So doesn't that, make me look really bad? Just relax, Carlos. I'm pretty sure that's impossible. You're innocent. And that means having more evidence will always help you, not hurt you. Really? Really. Not really. Plenty of innocent people in prison. People with bad luck, or bad lawyers. People shouldn't count on the truth to come out easy. More often than not, it takes coaxing. What was that reminded me of? Alright, here it is. One bloodstained jacket fresh from the lab. So what's your angle? Are you gonna tell us this is actually just hot sauce? No. That would be silly. She actually thought it over. So what the hell's your point? Hey, sorry, just got thrown off by the turn of good fortune. What good fortune? You should thank the detective for bringing you your jacket, Carlos. She's just proven your innocence. My client was arrested wearing this coat. He would have been wearing it at the time of the murder. It has the victim's blood on it, who we know died when she was shot in the heart. By a gun that happens to be an old-world pre-tagging firearm. And so this coat proves he couldn't have been the shooter. Is there a gas leak in here? In what world does that make any sense? Sense happens to be key here. I just need to draw their attention to what they can. Smell what they can smell in the coat? What you can feel on the coat? Smell. Gunpowder has a smell to it, I think. Just do me one favor, Detective. Tell me what you smell. I don't smell anything except dried blood. Exactly. That coat smells like blood, but it doesn't smell of... cigarette. That's what I've been smelling. Yes, Detective London, I was smoking earlier. Could you rejoin the conversation? I've been listening. You wanted me to smell the jacket. If you would. Let's see. Huh. No gunpowder. Okay, so I was going down the right path. What? What about gunpowder? Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Should probably do that. Oh, don't blame yourself for not noticing. This was before your time. You can't be more than a few years older than me. But not before your partners, it seems. See, gunpowder's weak by today's standards, but it's still volatile stuff. Hard to store, prone to misfiring. And when it goes bang, it leaves behind an awful lot of evidence. The hell's she talking about, London? Modern firearms, like the ones we carry, use electricity, magnetism, even air pressure or sound waves. So you're telling me they've got railguns? They've got more accuracy, more firepower, less recoil, less noise, and they don't leave behind any residue. Gunpowder residue. You talked my ear off about how difficult it is tracking down a gun that doesn't leave digital traces. But a revolver like this one? It'd leave gunpowder on the skin of whoever fired it for days. So then his coat. If you don't trust your noses, you can check the lab reports. I think if they had found any gunpowder on my client or his clothes, they'd have taken the time to highlight it. Well, whatever. That just means he washed off after shooting her or changed his clothes. That's not impossible. That's not impossible, but it would be pretty pointless. Huh? His jacket and his left hand were blood-soaked when your officers found him. Would he really go through all the effort to get rid of something as subtle as gunpowder residue? Just to get the victim's blood all over himself afterwards? In light of these details, I'd like to formally request that you reconsider the charges Mr. Flatt is facing. As soon as possible. Whoa. They're faltering now. Should topple over at any moment. The letter was mostly icing on the cake for them. But that gun is all they had to link Carlos to any of the shootings. So if it looks like he never actually fired the gun, I'll admit things were a little dicey there at times. But once I was able to grasp the situation, the smaller pieces fell into place easily enough. Not my cleanest work by far, but overall I'd say. Did she get a message? Wait, did they actually manage to find it? Something you'd like to share, Detective Reyes? You're good. Twisting the truth in knots, making the facts work for you. Thanks. But your luck just ran out. Because the net scrubbers found a cam active at the exact moment of the shooting. And right now, I'm staring at a photo of the killer. Wanna bet? Yeah. She either is the killer or knows the killer. A photo of the shooter? If she had that, we wouldn't still be talking. But I doubt she's just pulling this out of her ass. She's got something from the scrubbers. She must be bluffing. She must have something. I agree. I'm not sure I follow, Detective. Didn't we establish that there was an optics blackout during the shooting? Sure there was. But this isn't from optics. Good thing I held my tongue. As I thought, the scrubbers must have managed to dig something up from outside the network. Which means... Party's over, counselor. Feast your eyes on this. Well, okay, the quality is lacking. And yet there it is. They've managed to find a quarter needle of evidence in a whole city block of haystacks. What are the goddamn chances? No, with the scale their tools operate on, I guess the chances, as always, are in their favor. Alright, this isn't good, but it's a far cry from the worst case scenario I imagined. You could even say I got lucky, which means the stakes are, well, it's a little bit blurry. Don't look at me, I didn't take the damn thing. Technically, no one took it. Looks like at the time of the shooting, a neighbor was on their phone. Probably venting about how crazy the couple across the way was acting. But if their phone was on, its camera would be on. And so we managed to get this shot through the window. Where to begin? Far away, unfocused, ultra-low resolution, zoomed in, blurred, color shifted. And so compressed it looks like it's from another century. There are tools that could enhance this image any further and I could count the pixels on one hand. And you could kiss its admissibility in court goodbye. You can't honestly claim that you can identify my client from this image. And there's no way in hell you could get this past a judge. Yeah, you're probably right, we couldn't. But I think I know a DA that could. Either way, doesn't seem like your client's leaving this police station anytime soon. That photo. The hell is happening to me? Think I know a DA that could? Don't be so modest, old man. We have photo evidence of a left-handed shooter standing in the hallway at the same time the whole neighborhood heard a gunshot. And who do we know that had their left-hand fingerprints all over that gun? You're referring to my client. You think? We've established that he wasn't wearing his modded arm at all tonight. So he must have shot with his left. Yes, and we've also established that he's weak with his left side. A left side that had no gunpowder whatsoever. Forensics will never be perfect, counselor. Sometimes we miss things. Sometimes you take a walk through the rain, and when you finally get where you were going, you somehow end up dry. But that doesn't mean it didn't rain. All of which to say, before judge or jury, photographic evidence outweighs a failed sniff test. Carlos is innocent. I know he is. But that photo shows a left-handed shooter. Carlos is innocent. That photo is real. If both are true, then it means that the photo doesn't show what it appears to show. So, at a loss for words? Never. I'm just confused about one thing. Where was this photo taken from exactly? Exactly? Positional data is usually only accurate to the nearest public router. If we on the phone's owner and ask them where, why bother with any of that? Ballistics and common sense tells us that the perp shot from the room's doorway. The front entrance of the apartment faces to the south. There's a hallway that runs back to the bedroom. We're looking straight at the shooter, so it's pretty obvious that this was taken from across the north window. From the north? If this is from the north, then why can we clearly see the... It's not that complicated. The neighbor who got the shot must live on the other side of the street. So we're looking into the bedroom from the north window. If she's wrong, I should seize on the opportunity to start turning the tide. I need the photos. Crime scene photograph. We can see the clock on the wall. Crime scene map. So north window would be up here. So why can we clearly see the clock on the wall? clock is... Where's the clock? I need more detail. So if it's the photograph, we can clearly see the clock on the wall. I can't tell from this photo where the clock is. But that's the only thing we can clearly see in the photo, so that must be the answer. Wouldn't the blood pattern make sense even if it wasn't an old gun? Yes, but I mean, theoretically, yes, because blood splatter analyzes much less about the gun itself and more about the positioning of the victim relative to wherever they were shot from. Although, to be entirely fair, blood splatter analysis as it currently is not a particularly solid method of determining evidence like that. Like, it would never pass in court without other evidence to support it. But I think since the only thing we can see in the photo is the clock, then it has to have something to do with the clock, but I didn't take note of where the clock was on the wall, unless... Is there something in Carlos's statement, maybe? Carlos's statement. Crime scene map? Until a flat statement. The clock was on the wall. The clock is on the wall by the window. So it couldn't be. So the clock couldn't be by the door. Okay. I'm afraid that's simply not possible, Detective. This photo has to have been taken from the west. What kind of bluff is that supposed to be? The good detectives are misinformed here, and I need to take advantage of it. Time to press the initiative. The hell do you mean this was taken from the west? The autopsy tells us the victim was shot from the doorway. Your officer's ARCS data tells the precise location of everything in the room at the time they arrived. And now your photo has shown us the exact moment of the shooting. And? Answer wrong, you'll lose more credit, but answer correctly, and you can bank up more credit for trickier hands down the line. And altogether, this tells us that the photo must have been taken through the west window, as long as you consider the clock on the wall. Can I raise it? Just take one look at the clock in that photo. There we go. The clock? What about it? The clock, huh? Seems like London's got an idea. If he's mistaken, I could pounce on it to keep my tempo high. This photo was taken right before the shooting, so... Wait, don't tell me the time of death is wrong. Nope. Time of death is correct. That's a good question, Detective London, but the answer's no. The autopsy, the clock, and the neighbors all agree. The time of death was 9 p.m. Right, no mistaking that. So then what the hell were you on about? There's a clock on the wall in this photo, analog style, and it reads 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock p.m., the time of the shooting. The hell's so special about that? Notice, there's nothing odd about the time this clock reads, but... Do you remember there being a clock in the room? What? Actually, I don't recall there being a clock. That makes sense. You wouldn't recall seeing a clock, because when the police secured the scene, the clock had already been knocked onto the floor. And the only clock in that room is in the northeastern corner. And my client has informed me that before the crime, it was hung up on the eastern wall. Like so. The hell is that supposed to be? An artistic rendition. It's, very distinct. If you had information on how the crime scene was before the shooting, why didn't you just add that to the ARCs? And show you my hand? Just because discovery law compels us to share info. Doesn't mean we have to play fair, Detective. Slipped my mind. I'll do that now. The important thing is, if that clock was on the eastern wall before the shooting occurred, then this photo must be looking through the western window to see it. Don't start getting ahead of yourself. The victim was shot at 9 p.m., the same time that this photo was taken of the shooter. But you want to claim that the clock's still on the eastern wall when it would have been knocked down during the fighting. You've got your logic backwards, Detective. Your precious photo shows that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And there's one other piece of evidence that proves exactly how the cards fell. The vase, cheap, durable ceramic, not even a scratch. Murder weapon, linked to 5 other crimes. Mirror, shards fell onto the victim. The mirror, the shards fell onto the victim. Glass shards, what about them? Nothing much, really. Only that they're on top of the victim's body, and not under it. If the glass fell on top of the victim's body, that would mean that she was dead on the ground before the room got trashed. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would anyone trash the room afterwards? It's a good question, Carlos. Luckily, it's the detectives who have to delve into the minds of the criminally insane, not us. Tell me, detectives, were there any signs of a struggle at the other crime scenes? Other crime scenes? No, nothing like that. Those attacks would have been over in a matter of seconds. So what did you think when you saw the mess in the bedroom? That this was personal and things had gotten complicated. Shit happens. Shit does happen, detective. But in this case, it seems there's been a general misconception about the order in which shit happened. So what if the room didn't get tossed over until afterwards? He still shot her. And we have a photo right here. And I'm glad you do, detective, because that photo proves my client's innocence. Huh? Proving that it wasn't my client who pulled the trigger is difficult, and, maybe more importantly for all of us, time-consuming. Thanks to your photo, I can instead prove that it couldn't have been my client who pulled the trigger. Because the man in that photo can't possibly be Carlos. Like hell it can't be. The glass shards prove that the room was pristine at the time of the shooting. And we know that until the room was tossed, that the clock was on the eastern wall. Which means that the photo of the shooter was taken from the west. Back to the shit, that's impossible. The only hallway in that apartment runs from north to south. The only person with prints on that gun is your client. And the only fact that matters is that he used it to murder 6 innocent people. You're a very honest person, detective. Excuse me? That's why you're such a shitty gambler. You played your cards too early. And now I can steal the pot right out from under you. You're right about the hallway's orientation. You're right about the prints. And this HK figure has claimed 6 lives. But we aren't looking at the hallway in that photo. What? What we're seeing is... prosthetic? No. The mirror? We must be looking at the mirror. How much do I want to bet? Give me a second. I'm gonna double check my crime scene photo. Yeah, the mirror would have been right by the clock. So, wait. No. Mirror was upright. Okay. So that tracks. So if they're standing here, then yeah, they would have been standing right behind the mirror. Okay. I'm gonna bet on it. I think it's kind of a risky bet, because I'm not entirely sure of myself, but I'm gonna bet on it. What is that? You're trying the glass shards again? Sort of. By the way, do you recall where those glass shards came from? Yeah, sure, they came from a standing mirror. Yes! Okay, I did get it right. A mirror that, at the time of the shooting, stood across the room from the western window. But then that would mean, at that angle, from that viewpoint, it would reflect the hallway. So we're not seeing a shooter with the gun in their left hand. We're seeing a killer take aim with their right hand. And as we all know, my client hasn't had a working right arm in a number of weeks. And he hasn't worn his rental since this morning. So I meant what I said about that photo. I'm glad that it was recovered. Because it just proved that my client couldn't possibly have committed this crime. That should be the end of it. Except it looks like Detective Reyes really is a novice gambler. Sunk cost has got its teeth in her now, clawing up her spine, whispering wounded pride in her ear. It's a cold sweat, hot palms kind of fever. The impotent, irrational fury of losing something you thought was guaranteed yours. But lucky for you, Detective, I'm well versed in shock therapy. You look dissatisfied, Detective Reyes. That's one word for it. Then allow me to put a nice bow on everything for you. In summary, my client's so-called confession was just a note to self. The police found him in shock, reeling at the death of his girlfriend, and arrested him for being next to a gun he forensically couldn't have fired. After being confronted with these facts, you received photographic evidence of the exact moment of the shooting, and instead of utilizing said photo to track down the real killer, you tried to claim it depicted my client. A man without the requisite limb, standing in an architecturally impossible hallway. He could have had a backup arm, he could have stolen one. A little stubbornness can be charming, but this kind of desperation is ugly. It's getting late. Time to bare my fangs. A bit. That's the best you've got? Even a bare bones prosthetic off the black market needs to be attuned to an individual's nervous system. He'd have to bring it into a clinic, which would have left a record on his shoulder OS. A record you won't find. And he'd still have to have somehow gotten rid of it before the police arrived. SOP at the scene of violent crimes calls for full spectrum scanning of the entire building and 100 meters around it, minimum. So where, Detective Reyes, did he manage to hide a cybernetic arm from your drones in the time between the shooting and his arrest? Well... Any objections? Detective? God. Damn it. Nice. Show me your hand, flat. You're uncuffing me? In light of the evidence, we have no reason to hold you. Now I gotta go call the DA. And tell her I made a mistake. Not we made a mistake, huh? Listen, kid, you should know. Detective? Lost my train of thought. But hey, your attorney's a real tiger and she just fought like hell for you. Make sure you thank her properly. Public defense doesn't pay that well. Yeah. It's kind of you to say, Detective. But my work is its own reward. Sure. I feel exactly the same, Counselor. There's more to him than he's letting on to. What happens now? I'll have to speak with the DA about the dismissal. And there's still some paperwork that we'll need to go through. But basically, you're free to go. Congrats! You get to leave the casino with your kneecaps intact. Yay? But what am I supposed to do? The detectives will continue their investigation. Their investigation into heartbreak, huh? Yes. When the authorities are satisfied with their examination of the body, she'll be handed over to the next of kin. And then you can make funeral arrangements. No, that's not what Diane being gone is bad enough, but a serial killer? It's like she died of the flu. It doesn't happen anymore. People die of the flu all the time, but I know what you mean. I can't make sense of it. So what am I supposed to do? Hell if I know. There are some contacts I could give you. Services, professionals, doctors. No, you've done more than enough for me. When you got here, I was too tired to even defend myself, to try and convince them that I didn't. You saved me. Thank you. You're welcome, Carlos, but it's my job to... No, I mean, thank you for not asking. For not asking if I killed her. Oh, Carlos. I didn't need to ask. I knew you were innocent from the start. Of course he was. After all. Yep. The blood's always different. Heart's always in the same place. Easy to find. Hard to miss. But the blood's always different. A flowering stain unfurling towards an invisible sun. Perfectly unique bloom. Only one for each of us. A Rorschach test with a single universal meaning. Vitality at its climax. Bursting forth into a red fractal consisting solely of an infinite the end. But the comical thud of a body hitting the floor has its own kind of lowbrow appeal. Bullet number 6 of 6. The gun's empty. It's useless to me now. May as well leave it. Feels like a waste, but whatever. Finding the ammo was almost enough of a hassle to outweigh the advantages. I could sell an untagged gun for a fair bit of cash, but cash can't buy you peace of mind. Oh, don't look so surprised, lady. Moping around in the dark here must have only been able to see my silhouette. Did you think I was her boyfriend back for an encore of that enthralling conversation? Can't ask her now. Hey. Yeah, you hear that? These old pieces are so goddamn loud. And people aren't even familiar enough with the sound anymore to know to run the other way. Probably roused half the neighborhood. But I didn't see anything I could use even as a partial suppressor on the way in. Could they really not afford some throw pillows? I used the other 5 bullets in outdoor spaces, and small spheres of blind opportunity that the city's eyes couldn't think to pierce. Cramped places, usually full of trash. But this room, as cheap as it looks, is at least clean, organized even. So the corpse adds a certain satisfying contrast. Except there's shit on the floor. By the window, there are broken pieces of something fragile and tacky. It's fine. There's just one thing out of place. Actually, it's not fine. It's actually really irritating. I kick over the stupid goddamn mirror. 5 perfect crime scenes, each of them. Not a speck of evidence, nothing to go on. And for the final shot, there just has to be some pile of shit in the corner ruining everything. I kick the wall. Something falls from it, probably more tasteless bullshit. I toss over the chair, knock the urn, tear into the sheets with my frustration, and try to savor the shredding. If it can't be clean, I'll just have to lean into the messy angle. At least it will be consistent. This was all so stupid. Honestly, I'm not the ego-driven type. In fact, I pride myself on my humility. Now, was it satisfying when the first 3 went down with single shots? Yes. But so what? I'm not made of stone. After that, I did start to actively aim for the heart, but... ugh. Heartbreak killer? What's that? Don't people have anything better to do with their time? What kind of miserable, lifeless voyeurs would obsess over something that's none of their business? All of the threads and breakdowns and the goddamn theory crafting. And all for the heartbreak killer. Sounds like a soap opera villain from a season where the writers were on strike. I'd feel insulted by the label, but no, that's someone else's name. They came up with it. They spread it. They marketed it. Heartbreak's got nothing to do with me. He's just some reclusive, lonely, socially impotent loser who shot 6 people because... well, I'm sure people will have come up with something. That he got rejected one too many times or whatever. Me, I killed those people because I saw them and I wanted to. And I've killed a lot more than just 6. At least the room is thoroughly trashed now. If I had just walked away after seeing that mess by the window, it would have irritated me to no end. And now that it doesn't match the MO of the last 5 perfectly, it'll irritate the cops to no end instead. Good riddance, Heartbreak. You enjoy your 15 minutes in the spotlight. Really savor it. I'm going home. The air's weighty tonight. Thick. Energized. A heavily foreshadowed summer rain I can feel on every hair. They call this kind of humidity oppressive, but I disagree. The warm tension on your skin, like in those short moments just after the shower turns off, when the steam lingers. Yeah, it's always most comfortable right afterwards. Maybe there's no disagreement to be had. Oppressive things can be comforting too. Only the guilty ones run. I don't know about that. But I know I've never felt guilty about any of this. And I walk. Sorry, using my left is still. That's okay, you can just initial in those spots. I took a scenic route home, courtesy of our fine city's sprawling public transportation, and got in a bit after 11 p.m. Had myself a thorough shower, drank a glass of milk, did some stretching, made sure my phone was on. Time went by evenly. Around 1:40 a.m., a posting for public defender work came up. Decent rate, since it was so late and so urgent. I had wagered correctly that the boyfriend would have enough sense to ask for a lawyer, and enough debt that he'd need to be provided one. All I had to do was stay awake. There wasn't much competition after 1 in the morning. Okay, where else? Here and here. How did I phrase it earlier? Criminal defense attorneys aren't exactly flush with customers. Why wouldn't I take on a job where I already knew more than the cops? Would have been easy to convince Carlos to plead out. I would have gotten paid the same, too. But easy's dangerous. Carlos was, of course, innocent, so his conviction would never be airtight. There would be doubts, questions, appeals. Maybe even fans, depending on his looks. More attention on HK and his crimes. More headaches. A cold case rotting in the very far back of the public's awareness is always preferable to one open and shut in haste. Now with no more murders matching HK's MO, there won't be any additional public pressure to find a culprit. Now Heartbreak can just starve to death, out of sight and mind, like any other fluke in the system. Almost done. Getting involved with a case this intimately does have its risks. Hell, I might have even overdone things here or there. Like lighting up a smoke inside an interrogation room just to make doubly sure I didn't still smell of gunpowder myself. That London fellow seemed more fixated on it than I would have liked. But obviously everything turned out rosy. And it's worth it, for the finality of it all. Seeing the authorities' failings from the best seat in the house, that's just a bonus. Thanks again, Morgan, for everything. I'm sure Diane is grateful too. Funny, I didn't even know her name. Something the matter? No, sorry, it's just... I was mad when I left the apartment. I know she was too. So when she died... Death was instantaneous, Carlos. I can't imagine that she was in any pain. In fact, I can guarantee she was dead before she hit the ground. No, I know, but I just keep thinking that she must have died angry at me. That she must have died hating me. Present evidence? Let's do it. To tell you the truth, Carlos, there's something I've been wondering about myself. What is it? Something I noticed in the ARCS data that I didn't quite understand. Piece of the puzzle I couldn't fit in anywhere else. But maybe you can make sense of it? What is this? Where did you find that? That pill organizer was found on the victim. She had it grasped in her hand when she died. Obviously, the police added it to the ARCS, but it was quickly ruled irrelevant. Seems like it contained triprexazone, prescribed to help modders with phantom itches. They're small tablets, and those are tricky clasps, too, for a pill organizer. Could be hard to handle with an unsteady hand. No one will ever know what she was feeling when she died. Even if they did. Feelings are complicated. You can feel angry, happy, and sad all at the same time. But as far as facts are concerned, it would appear that when she died, what she was doing was setting out your medications for the week. To my eyes, anyway. "5:01 a.m. Long night. That was too far, just now. Practically rubbing it in his face. Not like I care about his feelings, I doubt I'll ever see him again. But overstepping like that is pure hubris. And hubris invites a downfall. So why? Why did I even bother? It was the last piece of the puzzle, I suppose. I'll just need to show more restraint next time. Though there won't be a next time for Heartbreak. The gun's in custody. There's no more bullets left. There won't be a 7th victim. There won't be any more leads to pursue. The media will move on to their next obsession. I'll move on to my next demo. And no one will ever... Found you. District Attorney Rockford. Sorry, can I try that again? I'm so fried. By all means. Ugh. Counselor Morgan. Morning, noon, or night, you're always so... put together. Thank you? I don't get it. How do you sleep at night? Pardon? You do white noise? Aromatherapy? Whatever you're doing, I need to steal it. God. I must have bags under my eyes dark enough for the dumpsters. Assistant District Attorney Emma Rockford. She's a prosecutor, the lawyer who argues for the state in court, trying to prove a defendant's guilt. And despite her sometimes unkempt appearance, she's probably the sharpest person to fill the position in decades. I should know, since I haven't beaten her once. Worse yet, she has the remarkable ability to compartmentalize all that adversarial energy and only bring it out in the courtroom. It's part of what makes her good at her job, and hard for me to read. Should I buy a new mattress? What have they got you doing at this ungodly hour, Emma? Oh, well, actually, I'm here for you. Me? Your client was a suspect in the Heartbreak killings. That's my case. Well then, you must have been relieved finding out that you wanted to go to trial against me. No? Why would I be worried about going up against you? It's always the unintended barbs with her. So you're working with those detectives? Yeah, London and the new girl. Reyes. They've been reporting to me in preparation for trial. Preparation for trial? That seems ambitious. I guess they gave you the rundown? They've been doing everything they can, but it's hard to catch a killer who leaves behind so little. It's hard to kill while leaving so little behind. So, Reyes told you that they had HK in custody, and you popped out of bed all excited to run down here? Hardly. I haven't slept in 40 hours. Too much on my mind. So when I heard about a case with a single female victim shot through the heart, yeah, my ears perked up. But that's about all. Oh. I mean, Carlos Flat, a serial killer? The same serial killer that's outsmarted the state for weeks. She's not using his middle name. He was found with the murder weapon, but I can answer that in a number of ways. What am I trying to prove here? It could have been Flat. No, it couldn't have. That may be true, but then I glanced at the report. You glanced at it? No gunpowder residue on him or his clothes. Right. Too remorseful, too apologetic in that note. Whatever it was about. His dominant arm modded, with documented sensitivity issues. Never could have made shots that clean. Not without getting close enough to leave scorch marks. Not to mention, he's too tall for the ballistics entry angles. And probably too heavy to not leave imprints. She got all that from a glance? But I'm sure a confident lawyer like yourself pointed all that out the minute you walked in here. Of course. Worst part is she's not even being sarcastic. Yeah, of course it couldn't have been him. Long-term relationship, physically imposing, argumentative, so not the type to bottle things up. He didn't match the profile. Profile? Yeah, but... Right, sorry, you've probably never heard of it. I know what a goddamn profile is. A profile is a reconstruction of a criminal's psychology based on events from their crimes. Kind of fallen out of fashion for the last few decades. Not much need to guess about the why when 99 times out of 100 the who's caught on camera. Or before they even leave the house. I've had to find some real fossils and oddballs to get advice on how to go about it. But I think I'm getting the hang of it. About profiling. So this profiling, it's some sort of investigative technique? The theory is that a crime can tell you something about the nature of the person who committed it. Stabbing, overkill. Points to passion, rage, lust, they probably knew their victim. Poison and guns, meanwhile, suggests they can't overpower their victims physically. And then there's the things you can assume about nearly all serial offenders. Childhood trauma, prior criminal record, few or no meaningful attachments. There's a lot of recurring themes in their stories. The detectives say HK doesn't leave evidence. So how much can his crimes possibly tell you? That he's diligent. Almost perfect. Highly intelligent, painstakingly organized. And with enough criminal connections to get his hands on an untagged firearm. It's rare to see her this animated outside the courtroom. It's almost like she's enjoying herself. A sheltered house cat who's picked up the scent of a mouse for the first time. A lone wolf, educated, but all her playfully lethal instincts coming to life. Probably overqualified or undervalued. Though I'm not thrilled about the fact that in this metaphor I would be the... Know what I mean? Definitely. And considering the marksmanship, the detectives said that HK would have needed insider information on optics. So does that mean Heartbreak's in law enforcement? Never in 10 billion years. Oh. Antisocial, independent, despises authority. That'd be like a stallion applying for a job on a merry-go-round. They'd be kicking kids in the head after the first full rotation. Right, that's exactly how I'd put it. There must be some connection to the police, though. Maybe secondary or tertiary. These types can't help but insert themselves. Insert themselves? I don't do anything even resembling that. Wait, if HK's not a cop, how do they know about the blackout timing? Crime meta statistics analysis, probably. Pardon? Take the emergency response times from across the city, map them out. Look for brief spikes and delays, chart out the dips and... Sorry. Technical, I know. But all the requisite data is publicly available. With a map, a spreadsheet, a calculator. Anyone could reverse engineer the timing if they wanted to. That is... such an unpleasant thought, Emma. Heartbreak's a mo. Well, at least this heartbreak maniac will slow down now that he's lost his weapon. He didn't lose it. He chose to leave it behind. That tells me he's confident he can do just fine without it. And it just makes me more certain that these aren't his only kills. Were there other shootings with the same MO? No, not that I found. Other victims that fit the description? No. But I'm not overly focused on the victim's appearance anyway. I mean, these 6 victims all look like each other, but they also look like a lot of people. That's true. Hell, they kind of look like me. Do they? Sure. What, you don't see it? I hadn't thought about it. Point is, no one can kill that cleanly when it's their first time. Getting things that perfect takes practice. So I know that HK must have had a lot more than 6 occasions to practice, Morgan. And that's why I think heartbreak is a misnomer. You've got something catchier in mind? I just don't think shooting them in the heart has any particular significance. If anything, it's a testament to their accuracy and their cold-blooded efficiency. The best possible use of 6 untagged bullets. 6 kills, guaranteed, no matter what kind of life support mods they were packing. Their real signature isn't the bullets or the gun. It's the perfection. That's hard to wrap your head around. I'm saying that these 6 murders were just a fluke, a slip-up, a mistake? Exactly, a mistake. They got too clean, too efficient, and now they've got the public's attention. It's no wonder they're so pissed. Are you talking about the crime scene? Yeah, probably. Or probably threw the detectives for a loop, right? Based on what you've said, I don't blame them. Whoever trashed that room doesn't seem like the smooth operator you've been describing. On the contrary. I don't follow. This was the last bullet, their last shot. The other 5 were perfect. So if anything was out of place this time around, they must have thrown one hell of a temper tantrum. You make them sound like a child. Childish, and cowardly, and two-faced. Someone who hates to lose almost as much as they love to win. Your profile tells you all that. No, that part's just takes one to know one. So, to summarize, you're looking for a cold-blooded, faceless, perfectionist killer who you think has no persistent MO or victim type, in a city with an 8-digit population. Well, good luck. I don't need luck. I only need more information. Well, I'm sure the city would be happy to provide you with more resources. No, Morgan, I need more crime scenes. Oh. Sad truth is, if Heartbreak walked away today, I'd never catch him. Only way my net narrows is if they keep piling up bodies. Not a very fair trade, is it? No, it isn't. But getting screwed over is a given. It's the deal with the devil. Fair enough. Oof. Okay, that rant was pretty morbid and detailed. I need to get out more. Or sleep more. Or sleep less but harder. You think a higher thread count would help? Don't worry about it. I'm always happy to listen to you ramble. It's a lot more pleasant than having to face you in the courtroom. Sorry, but that's the adversarial process. So no hard feelings, yeah? No hard feelings. We're both just doing what we do. I could use a cup of coffee. How about you? Don't tempt me. If you fall asleep face first onto the table, I won't even take a picture. Okay. Just don't expect this to make a difference next time we're at each other's throats. Heartbreak won't claim any more victims. In 2 weeks, the media will have moved on to the next sensation. And the police will have moved on to cases they actually stand a chance of closing. It's what people do. But Emma is different. She'll set it aside and work a dozen other cases, never bringing it up. But a private corner of that frustratingly sharp mind of hers will continue to whittle away at it. Never finishing, but never quitting either. So I can't afford to take my eyes off her. As long as that's the case, I may as well try to enjoy the view. Episode 0, end. Oh, that was really good. That was really good. I am locked in on this now. Android. Which means you're going to be living with my friend for a while. For how long? I'm sorry, I don't know. Person is blue text. Question marks is blue text. Android is yellow. There's no need to look that upset over it. My face barely moved. It may as well have been a blatant pout from where I'm sitting. Yeah, like that. This friend of yours, they're trustworthy? Absolutely. In fact, I trust them more than anyone. Hey, come on, it'll be fun. Really? Really. Educational, too. I think you could stand to learn a lot from someone like Morgan. Chapter 1 in 2 or so weeks. Who could have foreseen this? How much do I want to bet? Usually depends on the strength of your hand, but I've been a poker player. Sorry, I missed like 16 chat messages. I've been a poker player for a while and I'm still craft. See, I haven't actually played a whole lot of poker, but I feel like I wouldn't be particularly good at it. Because on one hand, I'm confident in terms of the cards. Like, I can predict the odds, I can count cards, that's fairly simple. It's the trying to read people well enough to figure out who's bluffing that gets me. Oh, my favorite motive, because I was bored. There's probably more to it, but it's always fun when the culprit denies the detective any pathos. Chapter 1 in 2 weeks. Oh, hell yeah. I am, like, locked in already. And I want to try and do more. Trying to do the voice acting for, like, villain or unconventional characters is always fun. Like, I mean, in my experience, villain characters are the most fun to play. But especially, like, characters that are actively trying to mess with the other people around them, because you get to play a lot with inflection and that sort of thing. You're the smartest person I know, Morgan, when it comes to people. There's always been nut jobs that find the company's work controversial. Lawyers don't usually show up at the crime scene this fast. I said it would be a pain in the ass. I never said I couldn't do it. The company's got us set for life, and probably afterwards, too. I'd rather die than play the kind of slop those machines compose. So that's not just a lawyer job thing? You dress like a doorman on the weekends, too? Compared to determining fault, determining cause of death is like a breath of fresh air. The company has every right to defend itself. These laws exist for good reason, you know. People like that just don't belong in this world. Father said that you owed him. I don't do anything out of the goodness of my heart. But when I take a job, I never half-ass it. Episode 1, An Idle Mind. Oh. Cool. Episode 0 results, 2 articles, 6 profiles, 18 key terms, 17 pieces of evidence. Total credit earned 34. Congratulations! You finished episode 0 with 34 credit. You've also unlocked concept art and bonus scenarios based on your highest score for episode 0. You also have 34 store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit you finished this episode with. Morgan time charm, Fran charm. Oh. Can I not, like, look at them? Do I have to just charmless black phone case, magenta phone case? Let's go red. I feel like it suits her. Morgan time, Char. My favorite part of this whole game is when she said it's Morgan time and morged all over the place. A detective visual novel with a gambling aesthetic is so my speed. Honestly, I love detective games because, like, it always feels like I'm testing my brain a little bit. I actually had 2 other detective games that I had meant to play tonight, but it is 8:30 and I really need to go eat something. So I guess I'm not getting to the other 2. I suppose I can probably do the other 2 on Thursday. Maybe, if I have time. Or maybe, no, I have plans Friday. I'll figure it out eventually. Yeah, but at this point I've been doing the demo days for long enough that I should be able to guesstimate better how many demos I'll be able to play, but the first one was long and then this one was long. So yeah. I think I might have to stop here for today. Yeah, so thank you all so much for watching. For those of y'all who are interested in playing these games yourself or wishlisting these games yourself, the info for every game that I had planned to play today, so the 3 games I played today and then 2 that I had meant to play today and ran out of time to, are in the description on my YouTube stream, and then they will be in the description on the VOD for this when I get that published, probably tomorrow. Oh, Nebulae Hedgewitch, I'm assuming you've been watching for a while, but this is my first time seeing you in chat, so hey, welcome. But yeah, I think that's just about all the time I have for today. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see y'all on Thursday. Bye. Wait, do I have enough people to raid? I don't know if I have enough. Well, depends on if anyone I know is actually streaming. Oh, a friend of mine is streaming if y'all don't mind raiding them. They're doing Stardew Valley today. So I will go ahead and set that to raid. Thank y'all so much for watching, and I'll see you later.